Hello, everyone. Welcome to more Minecolonies stuff. I'm building another residence over here. So that we can get more villagers. I believe, if I'm remembering right, I went in and picked up the research that lets me have, yes, 50 citizens all at once. So basically what I need to do now is, deal with that. I need to get more people, basically. So, 4 gold carrots is good. So let's get that going. Oh, I do have woodwork. Did I just, is that just level, is that just a level 3 forester then that I have? I don't know, but this will make my job a lot easier. Once we get that sawmill. Oops. I left show area on. Cool. It is in fact working. I added mob grinding utils because it's the only mod that I could immediately recall that had some sort of absorption hopper. And so now we have the absorption hopper instead of that like rail, minecart thing that we had. And so that is, working to pick up all of the sniffer stuff. So. Speaking of picking stuff up, I went and attempted to do a little farming because we need some undead essence. Unfortunately, I did not get any essence of undead, but I did find a skeleton spawner. And so I did I sat there and killed a few skeletons. Unfortunately, while I didn't get any essence of undead, it ended up with me getting a lot of bows and a lot of arrows. So we have guard towers for days that we can make. And yet, still no, and yet still no essence of undead. So it kind of sucks, but what can you do? I don't know that there's really anything I can do with the arrows other than just make more arrows. They don't really craft into anything unless you're after like projectile protection. I guess they make Glyph of Pierce. That's it, because I already have glyph of projectile. In fact, I'm not even sure why there's a glyph of projectile thing, because you automatically get that. I have a Wilden spike? I do. So I might have to consider voiding a few items, because holy crap. I have way too much crap. Of course, we still got, you know, the Drink Me down here doing his thing. I added an advanced demagnetization coil to the area here with the containment jars, because I kept coming down here and picking up freaking eggs from the chicken. That prevents, you know, anything from getting sucked up. I set up this series of export and import cables. And if I just cast my redstone spell, well, it's supposed to do it. Redstone, source gem. There it goes. Usually it works. But yeah, if I cast my redstone spell, it'll make whatever you know, whatever thing it is that I want, which is nice. It's just a lot easier than, you know, going through and doing everything manually. Or at least I feel like it is. I don't know if it actually is. I do have lava being produced now, which is awesome. And I believe... Oh, that's right. That block is still... That's why that cauldron doesn't have anything in it. That makes sense. So let me go snag that. I'm going to put a block there. So yeah, we have lava production going. One thing I have now is this starbuncle here. And this particular starbuncle has a trash can on him. He's super annoying because he hangs out here by the source berries. Because every once in a while when this starbuncle pops a source berry, it drops instead of like being picked up automatically. So then this guy tries to run over here. Despite the fact that I have set him to this bed, he refuses to stay in that bed. I don't know why. Like, that's why he's all the way over here. But this chest here is set up so that if at any point I feel that I have too much of something, or I'm like, you know, I've got, in fact, here, we can use the bows as an example. Actually, let's hold on to the bows. Let's get rid of, like, several of these arrows. What I can do, throw them in that chest, and bye-bye. It's all gone. Just like that. So basically, he trashes all of the stuff. Basically, anything I put in this chest, he picks up and voids. And it makes it really nice for when I need to not have a million of something, you know? That said, I see some carpets in here. And I could have sworn I had a spot for carpets. It doesn't look like it. That's terracotta, not concrete. Okay. All right. Well then, white carpet. Light blue and blue are these two. Okay. So, light blue and blue. Just like that. We still don't have any green or cyan dye. We've been lucky enough to, you know, procure a little bit of green wool. But without green dye, there's not much we can do. And it looks like the only method of green dye comes from cactus. So we're gonna need to look into finding a desert and getting some cactus. So that we can get some green dye, and then via having green dye, we can then get cyan dye. So I'm going to come over here and tell them to upgrade this structure. And I can get the sawmill now, so I'm probably going to pick that up. In fact, let me see. Sawmill. 3 wooden axes. I don't have any wooden axes. That surprises me. Alright. Oh, right. I don't actually have the research done yet. This is fine. No, I'll just have to wait for that. I forgot that I've only started the research. Cactus desert. 3,000 blocks away, supposedly. About Badlands Desert. Closer. None of that exists. How about regular desert? Alright then. That's slightly annoying. Chest, polished diorite. Luckily we do have the elytra. So we can, you know, fly to wherever we need to go now. Doesn't make it any less annoying that the nearest desert is almost 3,000 blocks away, but still. Polished diorite, chest, coarse dirt. Got plenty of coarse dirt now. I didn't say that much. So I guess we need to go this way to find a vanilla desert. So off we shall fly. That is one of the nice things about having the Elytra. It is quite a bit faster. And once we fight the Wilden Chimera, we will be able to just use the glide spell to get around instead of needing to hot swap to the Elytra constantly. I got a diamond sword with channeling, smite 4, piercing 3, and unbreaking. I also got part 1 of Erdos's fragments, an enchanted book of flame, and a diamond helmet with Bane of Arthropods, power, piercing, and fortune. What? Sure. Because that makes sense. Got to love randomly generated gear. Now this looks like a desert. There's even a desert village over here. Now, whether there's a waystone, I don't know. They are supposed to generate in villages, but they're not guaranteed, you know? So, also that was, like, I should have used an axe for that. I do not see a waystone, and this village is pretty small. Like, I think if there was a waystone, I would be able to see it. So, I legitimately don't think there's a waystone here. Unless it's just somewhere that I can't see. But I'm going to go ahead and say that there isn't one. Just based off of how freaking tiny this place is. I'll take the green dye and the cactus and the clay, though. I mean, that did give us a handful of cactus, which is good. And I can always make a waystone. Do I have chiseled sandstone? I do not. I will now. I have a roundabout way of getting it, but it's fine. Desert Village. Hi, Nanako. I see what looks like an abandoned ship over here, which is very strange to see in a desert. You don't normally find a sunken ship in a desert, you know. Maybe you do. I mean, you know, Sky in freaking Legend of Zelda, the freaking Lanayru Desert used to be a gigantic ocean. I don't know how, like, accurate that is. You know? Entire, like, seas and oceans turning into freaking deserts. But, hey, what can you do? I mean, maybe it's completely accurate, you know? Like I said, I legitimately don't know. I've never, like, heard of you know, oceans turning into deserts before outside of video games. But there's several things that I've never heard of outside of, like, video games or, like, cartoons that are surprisingly not incorrect, you know? Ta-da! There's our treasure. Cool. What? Let me take that chest. Anything else really of note here before I leave? Not really. I need a blue tree from Ars Nouveau. And I do technically have a way of getting one. Back to the village. And I can dump the buried treasure map into there. I think because the trash thing is a modded Starbuncle thing, that might be overriding the default Starbuncle behavior. Because the default Starbuncle behavior is to go to the bed when you have it set. But this might not have that, because that's an add-on mod. So it's not part of the base Ars Nouveau mod, you know? Okay. I knocked something over. The worst part is that it's what I knocked over is my grabber to help me pick up things that I knocked over. Got it. Okay. So let's see. The colonists don't currently need anything. Let me go ahead and skip over the night here, so we can get back to daytime. I have this bone drip here, and it is dripping down into the bone meal filled cauldron here. And it's really just another way to get the bone mealia. The jar of bone meal. Also, dang, one bottle took an entire cauldron. We can usually one bottle is, 3, but that was an entire freaking cauldron, so that's fun. I want to see if our farmers have a 3x3 might be. Yeah, giant potato. Yep, cool. We got some compressed potatoes out of that. But also, we got a 2-piece. So, as far as I can tell, this is how you're supposed to get the pieces for the compressor, is by making the giant crop like that. Because so far I've gotten 1. Well, 2 now with that 2-piece. So this is level 3? It is level 3. How about that? Neat. Which makes me think If it's level 3, yeah, they can use diamond tools now. I have a diamond hoe that's extra. I don't have a diamond axe that's extra, but I can make one easily enough. Oh, they picked up their tools. I see this.
I'll take care of it.
Here. Axe. Hoe. So now they can use diamond tools. So I will let them use those. We now have compressed potatoes. So we'll go ahead and put that over here. And I'm thinking I'm going to unlock that so I can put that there. And we'll relock that. And then when we get like the compressed carrot, we can like put it up there. And then of course we've got the compressed beetroot way down here. But still. And then we have somewhere in one of these chests is the engine piece. There it is, yeah, engine piece. I don't know which chest it is that has it. I could even be looking right at it right now and just not be seeing it. But it's somewhere, supposedly. I just don't know where. So there's some green dye there. We have cactus, which I think I'm going to put over here. Because, like, we've got these couple of areas here that don't have anything. Because this is all of the sandstone. So we'll put the cactus there. We'll put the pitcher plant over here by the other stuff from the other sniffer stuff. And then we actually need to take the cactus back out and find a little place to plant it for now. At least until we get a plantation up and running. I think these guys are smart enough to not walk into the cactus. I want to believe that that's true anyway. So we'll do that. And then that will let the cactus grow. I don't know how that let me put the cactus down when the pitcher plant was there. But also I don't really need the pitcher plant. I should really just put that away. I'm also just going to go ahead and put these torch flowers away because I haven't actually been using the fiery spice for anything. I don't even remember what it does. It goes into the torch flame. Which, that's it. It's just a torch flame. So, it's not useful, like, at all for anything. Looks like all of our flowers are ready. I like this mod, actually. The ability to grow at least any of the vanilla flowers, anyway. I don't know that it's... Like, I don't... like, it... None of, like, the others are available. But all the vanilla flowers can be grown that way, at least. So, that's cool. That is cool and useful. Just gonna go ahead and grab this mage bloom. Gale needs kelp and dandelions? Huh? Is that hospital stuff? I actually don't know. Kelp. I could not remember what it was called. Gale wants kelp and dandelion. That's interesting. I think that's hospital. Right? Yes. That's hospital. Oh, I see. Because somebody has come in needing those items for the first time. Got it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Don't worry. We'll get you your medications in a moment. I gotta figure out which of the citizens it is that I need to move into there. But also, I need to just build several more of those residences. Jeremiah and Sasha, the builder and the fisher. Got it. I will admit that is one thing I'm like kind of bad about, is actually getting like houses and stuff. I always just forget to go about like getting the houses and, you know, guard towers and all that built up, so. I think they'll automatically move over there once I give the order to like tear down that building. But I will admit I'm not entirely sure. What I do know is if I'm going to start thinking about some serious colony expansion. I'm going to need the space to expand it. So I'm going to come over into this big area here with all these trees, because this is going to be the next place that I expand into. So I need to make some space. Now I watch Zine and Sparkles mostly through their VODs. So I don't know where they are currently at in MCE2. But in the VOD that Sparkles posted just today, Zine was talking about how Minecolonies requires a crap ton of space. And he's not wrong. Like, it really does. Like, Minecolonies uses a lot of space. There are, again, some styles, such as Littleton and there's another one that has like small in its name. I just don't remember what it's called. I want to say small colonies, but that doesn't seem right. But there are some styles that are designed to be, you know, entirely manageable in a nice small space. There's even a style where the entire design philosophy of the style itself is that all buildings fit into a 9x9 space. Or rather, like, every building is like 9x9 in size, you know? I think Littleton is similar in that, like, I think all of their buildings are literally 11x11. But there are some styles out there that, you know, are designed to be small on purpose. But they're not any of the default styles, and they're definitely not the Shire, which is known for being one of the bigger styles. That said, I believe the actually, like, biggest style is, it's like ancient Athens, like ancient Athens or something like that. It is a, like, Greek-inspired, style. And the town hall is like 30 by 30. It is massive. I'm gonna need more poppies. I mean, I do have them being grown, obviously, but I'm just thinking there might come a very real possibility that I will need to, like, grow more than we currently have, like, growing. Like, there may come a time where I actually have to, like, expand the farm, the plant farm. So there may very well come a time. That time is not yet now. But it doesn't mean that it won't happen eventually, you know? Something finished. Scuba. Oh, yeah. Citizens can now go in water or stay in water or something like that. Coffee's what's currently being researched. So, does that mean the sawmill got finished then? I want to say yes. Because I don't remember which one that was. I think it was actually this would work. So I need a level 3 fisher for sieving. I need a level 3 mine for the stonemason. And then I need the stonemason to unlock the crusher. And the brickyard. Now that we can make a sawmill, we can build one, and then we can get string work for fletching and memory aid for more recipes. Need a level 3 barracks to get improved swords and bows. It wouldn't be a bad idea to get regeneration, but that's going to require improved leather, even though I don't need that recipe. because, you know,
you need
durability and all that. But I don't have that modified, so I haven't actually sat down and, like, worked on that. So we'll just go ahead and, you know, do it. It's fine. But yeah, now we can do the sawmill. Yay! It no longer has the red tooltip. So with that said, I think what I will do is a little bit of this. And then I want to see how big this is. Sawmill. Pretty big. That is quite big indeed. It looks like this is the bottom layer. Cute. It's got a water wheel on it. Which, being a water wheel, I feel like I should stick that in the water. The question is, can I do that? And the answer is not here. Not without breaking the way that I have this set up. Now this is the alternative sawmill. And it is a good bit smaller and does not have a water wheel on it. Meanwhile, this is the regular, and it's the one that does have the water wheel on it. If I was going to actually put that in the water, I would need it to be there. Now that works pretty well. I do think that that works pretty well. Putting it there. And then, you know, as it levels up and the water wheel becomes bigger, you know, it seems to still fit. So that's good. The main entrance, I think, is on this side. Or on this side. Or maybe they're both entrances. Sawmills do generally have two-sided. Like in Minecolonies, I mean. Like, they generally do have, like, two sides that are, you know, entrances and exits, basically. So, I think this will work fine to put it here. The obvious issue simply being that, you know, I have to dig into my sugarcane area over there. But I also kind of figured that that wasn't going to be, you know, a permanent installation. So, at some point, you know, these things, they gotta, you know, they gotta stop being things, I guess. That was a great amount of, like, well, like, that was well spoken and definitely not at all stupid. And I think I'm going to do the same thing that I did before and go about filling in everything underneath here. And that gives me a little spot to go up. But yeah, I would like to make it solid underneath all of this at some point. And I figured this is a good way to go about doing that. You know, just working on it each time I get a new building. And, it's not the most perfect strategy because there are spots that won't get filled in if I'm only filling in where the buildings are. Because, you know, the buildings don't take up 100% of the space. Because there's, like, the walkways and stuff like that. But even so, it's still, you know, kind of better in the end. I know what I'm trying to say. I'm just not getting the words. as is quite often the case. You know, for some reason, words tend to be the thing I have difficulty with. You wouldn't think that would be the case, since I am an author. You know, I write. But even so, that is in fact the case, you know. You would think that, you know, a writer would be better, but what can you do, I guess? There. Now it looks a little bit better. In fact, I'll sink this block down, and then it looks nice. Cool. Yeah, I like that. So now we will go ahead and place it so that we can actually see, you know, into the land here. And I would like to mine that sand out. I don't appear to be able to get into any kind of swimming stance easily there. We gotta fill those blocks in. Didn't end up needing to break these, it turns out, but that's fine. Whoopsies. Mined out a ton of dirt there on accident. So I accidentally put efficiency 5 on my shovel. I think I did that in an episode. Like, I don't think I did that off camera. I think I did that, like, on stream. So people might already know about that. But I accidentally put efficiency 5 on my shovel. And so now it's 2 good. And that makes things very difficult for me. Right. Whee! Getting pushed and pulled around by the underwater current here, which is really annoying. It looks like there was a good bit of sand over here that got dug up. And in fact, there still is. That said, you might be able to notice that I did figure out how to brighten up the darkness a bit. Due to the shaders. You know, I was able to up the cave lighting, as it's called, in the shaders. So it does make it a little, you know, lighter, even in the dark places. You know, I don't want to go full gamma hack the way that, like, Sparkles generally does. Because I actually prefer to be able to light things up. And if I do that, I will absolutely forget, like, what is and what isn't lit up. Because, like, it'll just all look like it's all lit up. And then I'll be like, what the frick? So, you know, there's that. But I figured giving myself a little extra light wouldn't hurt. Because, you know, I'm sure people like to be able to see. And so now it's not, you know, completely dark. But it's still light and it's still, like, dark enough that I will be like, I need torches here. So what I that's one of the reasons I don't like dynamic lighting. You know? Like, dynamic lighting is a great feature. Don't get me wrong. You know? Like, it's nice because, you know, you can just hold a torch and then you can just see. I just don't like it because I hold a torch so that I can see. And then I can't tell which parts are dark. Like, you know, because I didn't light it up. Versus which parts are dark. You know. Like, rather, the other way around, I suppose. Like, I can't tell, you know, what areas are lit up. Because I lit them up. Versus what parts are dark just because they're dark. You know? Because I haven't lit them up, you know? Which parts are lit up because I'm holding a torch, and which parts are lit up because I actually place torches. I am going to need to think about getting more dirt. Either that or I should consider not building entirely out of dirt. Get out of here. Okay. So that area is filled in. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the sugar cane along here. Since we don't want it here. We will go around, light up the corners to help out a little. Ooh. There's a whole area down here. And it's all sand. I see. I see, I see. Well, let's go ahead and fix this up. Because I see what happened. It's not a particularly you know, difficult thing to go about and fix. Just like that. And I might as well get that as well. So that that looks nice and even. Cool. Very cool. I did not need as much dirt as I thought I would, but that's okay. So what do we need for this? 177 birch slabs, 69 birch planks, 22 birch fences, 2 ladders, 32 birch stairs. We need 1 crafting table, 3 rails, 14 stripped birch wood, 152 stripped birch log, 19 coarse dirt, and 12 birch logs. Now, only some of that is going to be needed. And now that we have the sawmill, or rather once we have the sawmill, there is going to be a major, like, change, if you will, in, like, how we go about things. Just because, like, we won't need to really keep track of things anymore. Because the sawmill will be able to do all of the wood recipes, basically. And the same will come when we get the stonemason. Like, once we have that, they'll be able to handle all of the stone recipes. So, ooh, we can make another bottle of bone meal. And I think I want to go use this on the carrots. I'll have to check and see if there's a 3x3 of the carrots. Those are over here, I believe. There is not currently, but that's not an issue because I can pull out some of our compost. And mature up a 3x3 area. And giant carrot. And we got a belt piece, as well as a compressed carrot. Also, a carotene armor trim. Nice. And if we use the compressed carrot, we can then get, we can duplicate it. So that's cool. I did not expect to get a freaking armor trim out of that. So let's take our compressed carrot, add it up there. And then we can throw our carrots and other stuff into the system without, you know, too much concern. I don't know why those didn't go into the right drawer. Like the cactus and the pitcher plant there. I mean, they're right here. There's the pitcher plant. And the cactus is over here. That is 12 away. So it shouldn't be the case that the drawer controller can't reach over here. But I guess we can check. Storage drawers. We can't look at the config. Okay. And it doesn't say on the controller either, so. There is the storage racks mod. Now, the Netherite controller can only support up to 120 racks. And I don't think that is, like, I think I have way more than that. You know, like if I were to set up the storage racks the way that I have here, I think I would have way more than that. So I don't know that that's the most viable option. But what can you do, I guess? Get some ladders. Got plenty of ladders. They're gonna need a crafting table, almost for certain. They're probably gonna need the rails, unless I've got a bunch there. They're definitely gonna need the strip birch logs. 152. And actually, yeah, they're gonna need to strip birch wood as well, aren't they? And those are the most likely things they're gonna need. I say not noticing that there are no that there's no slabs in there. So definitely gonna want those. 256 seems pretty good. And we're going to want a little bit more in the way of fences. I think they have everything now. So now it's just a matter of waiting for them to build it, you know? But I think that they're waiting. I think that due to its positioning, I think that it is, oh wait, the cactus was over on the other side. Yeah, cactus is not going where it is supposed to. Also, pitcher pod. Like, there's something not working. Like, something's not working right with this setup. 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 and this is 12. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that perhaps the problem? Is it can only go out to 12? I bet it can only go out 12. And there's a very easy fix to this if that is in fact the case. And that is to grab these blocks. Oop, network is not found. Hang on. Give me some of that stone. Oak trim there, oak trim there. Put the stone there. And what I actually want to do is put the controller here. And then put the link cable there. And the network cable comes up like that. Now it hooks into this. And then directly above that, like that. And I need to reset the remote. And then I need to reconnect that. And what that should do is it will put the storage controller in the middle there so that this is now 12 again, because it was 13 if you count the one block above. So I believe that should have fixed the problem. If not, I might have to double check the config and tell it that it can go out further than 12. So nope, not Wilden Tribute. Tablet of Summon Wilden. Gosh darn it. I wanted to use the wings because I had plenty of those. Ritual will summon a random variety of Wilden monsters. If summoning the Chimera, the ritual will destroy blocks around the brazier. Don't know if it needs source. So I'll grab the source jar. And it's just that he wants stuff to cook. But he doesn't need it. So let's head over here into this nice big open field. And I'm gonna want to get a waystone for this as well. So warpstone, make waystone. We'll put it here. Chimera fight. And we're not actually gonna do the fight next to this because of the whole, it'll break blocks thing. So I'm just gonna clear a little space out. And I've done this battle a couple of times. It's not particularly easy to do. If you're like me and you just have freaking Ars gear, it can get a little dicey. It's probably more survivable if you use like fully enchanted diamond gear. However, I also usually use the the set that has the most upgrades available. Whereas this time I used the middle tier set. Like I'm using the Arcanist set. I think the wizard, it's like the wizard set or something. It has like the lowest like armor. But like the highest level of like thread upgrades. The Battle Mages set is like straight up diamond armor, but it has nothing but like level 1 upgrades. And you know, that doesn't exactly help when you want some level 3 upgrades. So but yeah, I think this is a good spot. Nice open spot that I've cleared out here. I really wish Britannia would update so that I could use it. Because I freaking wish I want the horn that is in Britannia. That clears all of this crap out super easy. But that's in Britannia, which is not up to date with any of the newer versions. It's still all the way back in 1.20. At least it's not like Embers. Freaking, I don't think Embers has been moved out of 1.12. So, and unfortunately, you know, that is the way of mods. Like, if you're not, like, living off of the mod that you're making, you know, eventually you're going to end up having to let the mod go, you know, and, you know, stop developing it. Which is always sad when mods just kind of fade away. So, but that's why, like, Minecraft really needs to, like, get their modding API, like, fixed. Or, I guess, made. Because if they included, like, you know, native mod support, then you wouldn't have this issue. But it's because, like, every time a new version comes out, Forge has, well, any of the freaking loaders. I recommend NeoForge myself, because it's made by a bunch of people that left the Forge team when they got tired of dealing with the head of Forge. One of them put it best, I think, when they said that the head of the head of Forge, the Forge mod loader, is a whiny 10-year-old in a 40-year-old man's body. So, you know, I've avoided using Forge as much as possible ever since that whole debacle happened. So, okay, so I've got my waystone over there. So let's do that. Let's augment it with all 3 Wilden pieces. And yeah, we don't need source, it looks like. Heck yeah! Oh my gosh. So I applied the snare spell to my sword. And that seemed to work pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. Ha! Obviously, I have to be a little careful, because it does use mana every time I swing the sword. Oh my gosh, that makes this fight so much easier, though. Okay. I think we have hit final form. He can still do some damage even when he is snared. This is confirmed. Oh boy. Got him. Wanted to kill the defender. Time to get wrecked. Nice. Oh, that makes that so much easier. Whoo. That was great, dude. Freaking using the snare spell, like, that just destroyed him. I love that. All right. Well, that is one Wilden Chimera defeated super easily. We've got our Nether Star. We got whatever else it was that I don't remember. I know we got all the other things, I just don't remember. Oh yeah, Totem of Undying. So, We just need to put our mage's spellbook into here. And there we go. We now are full Archmage, which means now we can make tier 3 glyphs. And that means I can make the glide glyph. Which is an elytra. It is 3 diamundo. And it is an air essence. Glyph of Glide. Awesome. So with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and get rid of Gather. And we'll make it into Glide. So cast on self, Glide. And we'll do a little time extension on there. And with that, we now basically have an elytra without having to hot swap constantly. We can just click the glide spell, and then once we have that, then we can just cast leap, and ta-da! We fly! Until the glide spell wears off. So, awesome. I am very happy with that. And that fight was quite a bit easier. When, whoa, that's weird. It's like the way that it's like showing here. Sasha and Jeremiah. The two of them can now come over there. How long is this? It's like 5-6 minutes, something like that. And now that they're not living here anymore, I go into the build options. And I can click deconstruct. And that will cause them to break down the structure. And then once they do that, then I just replace the exact same structure down, but 1 block higher. And because they're going to deconstruct this structure, they will have all of the materials that they need to rebuild it. Which is awesome. So I won't need to supply them with any of the materials when it comes time. I just have to let them deconstruct the whole thing. It's always freaking Caden with his stupid pumpkin pie. Or something. Because he absolutely insists that he has to be cooking something 24/7. Even though people don't eat that much, And even though freaking, like, he has like 200 of some of these things, he's like, nah, it's not good enough. You don't understand. Having 200 pumpkin pies isn't enough. I need more. And it's like, you really don't. You really don't. There's not much I can do about that other than just ignoring him, more or less. Or at least if there is another method, I have not found it. Like if there's a method to get it so that they're not constantly like cooking, I have not found it. Cool, cool. We do be getting this place to look good. Whoops. Tiles go on the bottom. And then the chiseled. Cool, cool. I guess we can do up here too. Frickin'. Gosh dang. Cool. Now, technically, I do want that to go all the way around. But it's not as important that, like, this stuff be, you know, modified, because it's only it's only visible through, these little cracks here, right? So it's not like as big of a concern. Like, I need to do the polished deep slate now. Which I don't have any of, which is not a surprise, because otherwise I would have finished up that wall. And so now, at least from, all visible angles, it looks like the deep slate goes all the way around. Oops. Guess I didn't get here. Now, I do have to say that I have not yet figured out a good way to handle the deep slate to tough transition. Like in here. This is the current way I have it, where I just have this top layer is deep slate, and then everything afterwards is tough. And I really don't know what else to do about that. Because, like, it's not like there's a half tough, half deep slate block, right? I could make, like, maybe, like, this first layer here be, like, a block of tough, a block of deep slate, etc., all the way around. So they kind of blend more. But that's really about the only other... That's really about the only thing I can think of. So... But I do think this is looking pretty good so far. I don't yet know what to do for the roof. Because, like, the tough here, right? I have polished tough and andesite mixing. But then the roof is just straight polished tough. So, like, if I have deep slate tiles as the floor, then I feel like the roof should probably not be just deep slate tiles. But I am also not really sure what else to do. You know? Look at that. He's got 127 pumpkin pies here. Like, freaking, gosh dang. And like, you know, we're like hard, you know, we're farming potatoes. And so he just keeps cooking potatoes. Freaking, we're at 3,000 baked potatoes. Well, okay, it looks like it's actually 2.6. But it's like, we don't need to keep baking potatoes, people. Let me take these leather boots and water bottle and just dump those out. I'll grab these poisonous potatoes, put them in there. I do not have any poisonous potatoes in storage. So, cool. I have the caps lock turned on. Whoops. That makes some sense. Composter's hut. Let's go ahead and grab us one of those. Do not allow builder's wand. Yay, look, they're tearing it down. Now, I could probably help with this without too much problem. But I'll let them keep working on it on their own for now. I do want to build a composter's hut. Okay, she's working on the sawmill over there. Cool, cool. I'm thinking, let's see, how big is it? In fact, I'm not even sure which of these has it. University library? Huh? I'm slightly confused. Is that a different university than the one that I put down? Like, is there a library in here? Or is that... I think that might be a different structure. I might have used the alternative university. Not entirely sure. Nope, there is an alternative university. That's just the university. Huh. Because there's a university library. Which is weird because this is clearly not the same university. Unless the idea is that, like, you would put that down and then you would put the university where the university block is supposed to be and the library where the library block is supposed to be. Like it's a, hey, you know, pre-plan out the structure thing. Which is very possible. We've got a small well. We have a big well. We have a small stable. There's the supply camps. Horticulture. Here we go. Composters. Well, I was going to say it's teeny tiny. And then I stepped out and noticed where the white square is. Good Lord. I guess that is the size of it. It's definitely not going to fit there. I mean, unless I want it to fit exactly in between these. I mean, it kind of does fit exactly in between. In fairness. Like, if I were to bring it over one block, it would fit. Because right now it's right up against the edge of the graveyard. But there's 2 blocks on this side. So if I brought it over by 1 block, then there you go, you know. But I think that the composter's hut needs to face this way. And now it is lined up such that if I was to place down cobblestone, it would go right around the structure, and it would be right up against the library and the composters, or the graveyard. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, you know? But I don't know that I like it being there, because it's not really in an opportune spot. Like, the graveyard's back here, and then this building's over here. I think this is a residence. Like, and then like this comes way the frick out even further. So, I don't like that placement, honestly. But if the composters has a sort of natural hill to it like that. I could put it directly opposite the residence here, because I already have this like hill, and so that could work. I mean, I don't know that I would want to live directly opposite the composter. It's probably not the best smelling structure. You know? But yeah, I want this to be even with this ground. Which means going in and finding the structure in all of this to begin with, right? And then lining that up here, and that's where it would be. And that should work fine. Normally, I would just vein mine, but the Sufficiency 5 is not bad. Probably digs about the same as you know, vein mining, because you have to be, if you want to be, you know, precise with where you're digging, right? Kind of have to be careful with what you're doing. That said, digging all this stuff out is going to actually be easier if I get rid of the blueprint preview. And that means marking out where the structure is first. And so I will mine all of this down. So that I can see where the structure is.
Are you eating these?
Yes. Ah. Sometimes I hate Minecraft block placement. Okay. Bing. And now we can actually see everything and where all of the blocks are. And so we can go in and, you know, tear everything down. Okay. And just like that. We flattened the area around here. At least we've dug through all of the dirt in the area here. So now what we will find is that this will be easier with some vein mine. Since stone doesn't auto mine, or I should say stone doesn't insta mine, even with efficiency 5. Now, if I had haste, I think it's haste 2 that you can get from a beacon. And that will let you insta-mine stone. But I'm not really that concerned about that. You know? Especially not when I can do this. And in doing so, I can then come to this side. Hang on, hang on. Okay. I hate when that happens. Not to be gross, but I just, you know, hacked up some gunk. There we go. And now we just do that. And we can fill this in. We don't have create, so it's not a big deal. You know? Like you're using my andesite isn't a big deal. Okay. I'm not sure why I dug out the dirt just now. I just realized I was just meaning to dig out the stone so that I could then place the dirt down. So I'm not entirely sure why I did that. Because that was not what I needed to do. Because I need to place the dirt down. Freaking, look at that block placement. You see, in Bedrock, when you're placing like multiple blocks down in a row, and you're just holding down the button, what it will do is it will detect which axis you're placing the blocks on, and it will lock you to that axis. And so you won't be able to do like this, like I just did. Or that. Now, there's nothing to stop, you know, the shovel the way that I just broke that. But, like, it wouldn't have left that gap like that. It would have actually just stopped letting me place blocks altogether. Frick. Frickin' efficiency 5, dude. It's too much. Most of the time. It'd be really handy if there was a way to, like, turn off enchantments. You know? It's like, okay, now I don't want to use my efficiency here. So let me, disable the efficiency enchant for now. And then you can go back and, re-enable it and stuff like that. I know that's not the way magic works in, like, any video game ever. But I'm just saying. It'd be really nice for these times where my efficiency is too much. And it's like, yes, one option, right, is like carrying a second shovel. But like, I don't know, would you want to do that? Have to carry around an entire extra shovel? Not to mention, like, unless you're doing villagers, you're not going to have the exact same enchants. So, and even if you are using, villagers, like in vanilla Minecraft, and I mean, even technically in this mod pack, because I added a mod to fix it, but like, you can just run out of enchantment space on your tools, And that's really not fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I love Mojang, and, like, Jeb has some good ideas, but there's some things about Minecraft's development that I question. Like, Minecraft's, like, development philosophy, That I'm like, really? Like, you're the biggest game to ever exist. And yet, like, some of your design philosophies just baffle me. But this is also why I don't work at Mojang. It's like FF14. It is the single biggest MMO to ever exist. And yet so many of their design philosophies baffle me. And like, I'll say that to people in FF14. And they'll be like, well, I'm glad that you're not working for Square Enix. I'm like, wow. Like, really? Like, these ideas just seem, you know, sensible. And like, common sense type of things. And yet, people act as if, like, my ideas would, like, destroy video games as a whole. I'm just like, okay. Like, I am baffled by the way people, like, react to my thoughts on, like, games. Like, I've straight up had people be like, no, like, your opinion on this is objectively wrong. I'm like, first off, that's physically impossible. Like, we're talking about something that is subjective. You know, we're discussing something that is purely subjective. Like, nah. Like, that's... I'm sorry, but that opinion is objectively wrong. But, like, legitimately, the way that I've had some people react to some of my, like, opinions, I legitimately think that, like, I think that they legitimately think that I would single-handedly destroy video games as a whole if I ever, like, made a video game. Like, I would be the E.T. of, like, the modern, you know, my video game would be the E.T. of the modern era, you know? It would cause the great video game collapse of, you know, 2020s or something. And it's just like, that's ridiculous, first off. Like, freaking, there is no one, like, video games are at a point where there is no way that any one video game could cause something like that. And in fairness, even then, you know, in the ET era, video games were like that. It wasn't that ET did something, you know, that Atari did something, you know, with ET and it destroyed, like, the video game market. The video game market was already dying before ET. Because there were so many, like, garbage games. Because this was the 70s, you know? There was no, like, quality assurance or anything like that. Now, I do think there's a very real possibility that we could be entering a similar era nowadays. Because, you know, there's so many games getting published. And especially with, like, you know, AI-generated crap. Like, anybody can make anything nowadays, basically. And so we're entering yet another era of, like, there's really no quality assurance. That's okay. See, this is why, even though I say that I'm making a video game, like, I probably will it will probably never see the light of day. Because people would legitimately be like, oh my gosh, this game is so bad. At least that's, again, how people act when I tell them my, like, viewpoints on, like, how games should be. You know? When I say, like, this is what makes a good game, in my opinion. People are like, oh my gosh, never make a video game. I'm just like, okay. I think that if I made a video game and put it out there, people would be very surprised to find out that it's actually good. But that's how people act. Unfortunately, we're now at the point where I'm going to need to do a lot of vein mining to really, you know, clear this down. And it's funny, though, because, like, it's not like I didn't grow up in the same era as, like, everybody else, you know? Like, I grew up in that era where video games were hard as frick. It's not like I'm a stranger to, you know, video games being difficult. It's just that I just don't see I don't see a need for video games to be unfairly difficult. There's plenty of games out there that are difficult that I greatly enjoy. In fact, I've seen a couple of people that, like, have never played certain games before, like, play some of the games that, like, I grew up with and still to this day enjoy. And they're like, oh my gosh, this is so hard. And I'm like, yeah, it's true. But, like, there's a difference. You know? There's a very real difference from this game is hard and the game is unfair. And I think a lot of modern video games don't, like, I think that there are a lot of video games out there that are good, but I equally think there's as many, like, modern video games that are like, let's be hard and do things that are ridiculous for no other reason than because difficult. And it's like, that's not difficulty, that's just being unfair for no reason. Like, I can give a good example from Final Fantasy XIV. In the Arcadian raids, there is a boss that you fight called Dancing Green. In the normal difficulty version, there are spotlights that if you step into, like, it saves you from, like, a specific mechanic that he does. And that's cool, you know? But in the Savage version, for literally no reason, if there's more than one player in a spotlight, it kills you. And it's like, I'm sorry? Like, why? Because it's harder. That's it. That's the reason. Because it's harder. And it's like, but why? Because it's harder. Okay, but why? You're not giving me a reason for that difficulty. You're just saying it's harder. And so therefore it was added. And that's what I'm saying. You know? Like, that's exactly what I'm saying. That kind of mechanic is there just because harder. Give me a reason for why that difficulty is there. You know, why is that difficulty there, but it's not in the original? That's what I'm trying to get at, you know? That's the kind of thing I'm trying to point at. Like, the mechanic works if there's a reason, but you have to understand the reason for it so that you can know what to do and how to handle it. But if there's no reason for it other than it's harder, like, that's not a fair mechanic. But again, as, you know, people have said, if I were to make a video game, I would probably single-handedly bring about the end of video games. Because, I don't know, I like things to make sense. And somebody did answer without saying, you know, because harder at one point. And I will say that. Somebody did give me an answer to that. And the answer was something along the lines of like, well, you know, the spot, you know, it's the spotlight, you know. Like, you don't want multiple people in the spotlight or something. I'm not saying that correctly, but like there is like an idea from like actual dancing regarding it, right? Except that that doesn't work as the answer. And I said this, I was like, that doesn't work as the answer because in the normal version of the fight, that's not a factor. So why is it a factor in the hard version, but it's not a factor in the easier version? What is the logic behind, you know, this mechanic works in the hard version, but not the easy version? And that brings us right back to where we began. Because harder. And it's like, but why? Because harder. Like, you can make things harder and still have them make sense. It is a thing that is possible. That's my point. My point is, instead of making a mechanic harder just for added difficulty, do different mechanics. Don't change up what a mechanic does because harder. Because it's not fair to me that I have to learn one way of doing a thing, and then when I step into a harder difficulty, that thing no longer applies. And I have to unlearn. You can make the fight harder because it's harder by adding more things, not by taking a mechanic and saying, oh, that logic doesn't apply anymore. Yay! Play deconstruction! And like, and that's the other thing. Like, I will admit that I've never done Savage Tier outside of, this raid. The one time I tried Savage Tier recently, right? Like, I've never done Savage, like, on content. So, like, like, I realize that I am going from having never done on-content Savage to stepping in on the, like, what is this? 7th expansion? 6th expansion. Because it's, we're in 7.0. Well, no, 5th expansion, because 2.0? I don't know at this point. It's whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, I understand that I'm stepping in to hard content, like, without having experienced the earlier stuff before, But I should be able to step in to, the raid and be able to say, okay, this is the mechanic. I should be able to step into the harder raid and know the mechanic from the normal raid. So is this right? I think this is showing me level 3. I'm just gonna click build building. Yeah, it was Jeremiah that worked on it before. And it'll be Jeremiah that should work on it again. So he should have all the resources. Oh, yeah. I see it now. That is level 3. I can see the signs that it is, in fact, level 3. But, like, I should be able to take my knowledge from Tier 1 and at least be able to use it for Tier 2. 62 coarse dirt, 8 stripped birch log, a compost barrel, and a birch plank panel. Those should be the only things I need to actually provide. But we'll see. got to talk to somebody the other day, though, who is in a similar situation to me with, like, drinking water, where, like, drinking water, like, makes you feel kind of sick. And cause they, posted on Twitter recently, like, that they were like, you know, I'm so badly dehydrated. I need to sit down and force myself to drink water. And so, like, I just kind of casually responded with, like, you know, I'm in the same boat, you know, I'm really dehydrated a lot because, you know, when I drink water, you know, it makes me feel sick and everything. And they responded like, yeah, that's exactly how I feel. And they were like, one of the things that they do to kind of help relieve that a little bit is drinking, like, very slowly. And yes, the reason this has popped up into my head is because of how dry my mouth is currently. I don't know if it's as clear on the microphone, but I feel like I can hear a little bit of, like, crabbiness, croakiness, whatever you want to call it. I've heard both terms, so I think I have anyway. Well, you know, but I don't know how obvious it is over the microphone. All right. Yeah, I might have to consider doing something like that. Because, you know, I don't exactly drink water very well. How is that? Yeah, it is. Okay. That makes sense. Frickin' Blue Sky just gave me a notification of something being reposted that was in Japanese, all in Japanese. I was like, what the frick? So I looked and I was like, oh yeah, okay. That there was a post that I made a little while, a couple of days ago, that I look at her digging it out. I'm curious what goes there. I thought it was all dirt. Oh, she's digging down even further. Guess we'll have to wait and see what all ends up, like, going there. Oh. Never mind. There's a big empty space here. I didn't even see that. That's the interior of the structures, what she's digging out. That's why. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't see that. That's really cool, though. Oh, I need to wait until the builder finishes clearing the area. It won't let me place blocks yet. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what all to do over here with all of this, you know? Like, this obviously all needs to be reduced in size. Interesting. There's a little, like, cave thing down there. Might utilize that. I might keep this exactly like this. Goes in there. Might utilize the form of this cave as a basis for the land itself. It'll make, what I'm saying will make sense once I clear the area out. Yeah, remember when I said that I was going to need to get more dirt? Well, this is a good way to do it. Now imagine trying to do this while also managing durability, though. Like, I'm mining out so much. But hey, nice big empty area up here now. I will say this would be a lot easier if I had some amount of, like, haste. At least once I get to, like, the mining the stone section. I might have to put in some consideration to the possibility of fighting another wither so that I can get, like, a beacon. Yeah, that's looking good so far. Wunderbar. Oh my gosh. 9,000 dirt now. Oh, and now it's raining. That's why it's an Enderman teleporting. Call that good for now. And so now I want to go ahead and just rip into this here. And I just want to tear into all of this. Just like that. And clear out all this gravel. And then I kind of want to do a little bit like this. That should work well. Which means I can just tear into all of this. I bet the bitrate is absolutely crushed. Partially because of like all the particles, but partially because like I'm moving so much, you know, just moving back and forth so much. Oop, and more gravel over here. Let's go ahead and get rid of all that. Where we're building, we don't need gravel. You know, instead of roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. That's Back to the Future, right? Like the end of like the first one. Because they're about to go to the future. And they're, you know, and the DeLorean can fly. Because Doc Brown just came from the future. And he just upgraded his time machine with tons of future tech. And so, like, it can fly and stuff. I think that's where that's from, anyway. I feel like it is, anyway. Okay. Oh boy. Just mining out. Not much more I can do, you know. I mean, technically there is plenty of other things I could be doing. But this does need to be done at some point. There are still 20 more blocks there. Do you need to carry some amount of dirt on me? Or when I need to, you know, do something like this? Cool, cool. It's coming along. Still a lot of work to be done. Wait. Have to kind of be careful because this goes into a cave down there. Whoop. Cool. Yeah, it's coming along. It's, you know, work, but it's coming along. There's a lot of digging involved. Once all of this is dug out, and we get it all cleaned up and everything, it'll look real good. Compost barrel, coarse dirt, campfire, birch planks. How do you need a campfire? Like, everything that Jeremiah needs should have been, like, he should have had it, because he was the one that took apart the original building. Oh, right. Because the campfire wouldn't have, like, he wouldn't have picked that up. When he broke it, it would have become something else. Because it does that if you don't have a silk touch. Nice, we got coarse dirt in here. Birch plank panels. Coarse dirt, compost barrel. Cool. That was about what I said we would need. The only other thing I said that I'd have to make was the stripped birch log. It does not appear that we need that immediately. So I need 16 hay bales. So that I can get first aid. I do need to build or no, I need to upgrade the dining hall. That's what it is. I need to upgrade the dining hall. Just as I need to upgrade the graveyard. Okay, we can get regeneration now. Or we could get taunt or accuracy. Also, it's funny that this is regeneration, because it says it makes guards fully. It doesn't actually have, it's not actually regeneration. Guards will flee at 20% HP. Let's go ahead and grab that. Trying to think what more to do, you know? There's plenty to do. I just gotta figure out what I want to be the next step, you know? We are 3.5 hours in. So that's also something for me to consider. I do have 3 wither skulls. Excuse me. In fact, before I go doing that, I think I want to fix the system. I need an importer. Yeah, filtered import would be fine. Got 22 network cables. Let's see, I believe it's right here. If I put an importer there, then I can just connect this chest directly to the system. And it should start importing everything. And it'll take it a moment to get through everything. But it should be able to get through everything faster than the Drigme can add to it. Like, just here. And so eventually that will empty that drawer, or that chest out. So, yay! The house is fixed. So then we can say, Jeremiah and Sasha, come back to live over here. In the homes that are good for you. Come live by your workplaces. And that will help a lot. What the frick happened to my cactus? Salty clump? What? Huh? Okay. I don't know what those were. Oh, were those related to the Saltamone? The Saltamone finally did something? Wonder if I needed... Because, like, I've had that Saltamone there for a while now. Oop. Yep, well, it just released those. Is that related to the cactus in some way? Like, did it need the cactus? Cause like, I mean, the salt ended up there, right? And that's what broke these, like, cactus blocks. That would be my guess. So, like, maybe I want to make sure that the salt can't, like, cause an issue. I don't actually know what what this thing is, what this thing even is. There's no documentation in game for it. And I looked up at, like, the mod wiki, and, like, it also barely has any information about, like, any of the stuff in it. Which was like, huh? You know? Like, why? Like, you would think that at least the wiki would have, like, all the information, but that was not the case. Chiseled amber, cracked amber. Now I want to take the amber mosaic, throw it into here, or not. Okay. Just, you know, no freaking stonecutter compatibility, I guess. Stairs. Slabs. That's not enough. Bobbling disc fragment. Ha! That's right. When you break amber, there's stuff inside. So I just got a scrap piece, another engine piece, and a belt piece. As well as a couple of other things, but... That's right. I forgot that the wiki mentioned that. Whoops. That wasn't... I want to do that. Wall. Amber wall. Not that I'm ever going to use any of these things, but... Chiseled amber. And then we take that chiseled amber and we do chiseled amber slabs. And then after that, the only thing that's left is the cracked amber. So we'll leave a space for that. Add more sniffer flowers. Got belt piece, engine piece, scrap piece, and tube piece. So I'm still missing one. And that is the press piece. But I could take my extra engine piece and turn it into gold. And my extra belt piece apparently can be recycled into leather. Cool, I guess. Alrighty. Let's go to Wither Fight. Was this water always pouring down into the Wither Fight arena? Probably. Well, I will block it off. Okay. Oops. Light spell. Okay. Mining down like this was completely pointless. But it's alright. Is he injuring himself? I think he is. Gosh dang, the wither is loud. Got him. I guess there really isn't anything to, like, get via looting. So I didn't necessarily need to, you know, looting him. That's alright. I feel a little bad for doing it this way. I mean, normally this wouldn't be possible. You know, I can only do it this way because I have mob griefing off. Hey, I got a coin off at that time. There. Make a little spot that you can climb up here. Yeah, I mean, technically the only reason I can do that is because I have mob griefing turned off. And I know that. Without mob griefing, the wither can't break blocks. And so he becomes completely trapped in there. Beacon. Now I did get 2 nether stars. Is there anything else I can use these for? The molecular metamorpher. I don't know what it does. Nether star plus name tag plus any item. Stonemason can make a beacon. Mechanic can make the spell book. Glassblower can make the beacon. Can use a nether star to generate 1,000,000 RF. if you put it into a freaking augmenting and blasting furnace, I guess it really is no, like, other uses for the Nether Star. So, a little disappointing, you know? Like, I guess that really is all the uses in vanilla Minecraft, is just the beacon. Which doesn't seem like much of a reason to add an entire boss. But it is what it is. Cool, we get 2 more villagers now. Because we have a level 2 residence that's now available. I think I have more jobs than I have, like, residences, though. So I might need to fix that. Oh. I didn't expect this to happen. It's a good thing that I filled in everything after all. Because this would have just left a gaping hole if I hadn't. I'm hoping that I'm doing this in the right way. That all of these are becoming source blocks afterwards. I am gonna need a bucket so I can fill that in. I'm gonna make that block cobblestone. I'm gonna make this block cobblestone. I make these blocks cobblestone. And hopefully those are all source blocks. Let's go ahead and flatten that out. And we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to make this block of cobblestone. Make this block cobblestone. We're going to end up leaving a gaping hole on this side by doing this. So let's fix that. Ah! That's what you get. And your friend, too. Now I'm going to need more dirt. Probably not as much dirt as I grabbed, but it's fine. Oh yeah. There we go. And now we're going to just do the same thing. Where we put cobblestone right along here. There. That looks a lot better. Now, obviously, there's a little bit of a mess here with the way the land looks. Whoops. You know, compared to, you know, it looking semi-natural. I'm going to hope that I'm not demolishing too much here. And try to make it look a little more natural, you know. If I add a little here, and we add a little here, and we can add a little there. And that looks a little bit better at least. And it frees up all of this space to be used for sugarcane. Ta-da! Very cool. Light. 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 And just a little bit more light. That should help. Cool. And then we'll just take a trip through the sawmill on our way forward. So we now have a beacon. Now we can utilize that beacon. Or rather, I can utilize that beacon. Probably off camera. To, you know, do some stone mining there. Woo! Now, does copper count as a beacon block? Because if so, I can get plenty of that. Although I wonder if it does count, does it all have to be the same oxidization? Probably not, because I don't think all of the blocks have to be the same block. I think like you can do like, the first layer like iron, then a second layer gold, and so on. I feel like I've seen people do that. So I guess we'll try it. I mean, we only need 9 blocks initially to, like, test it, you know? So. 9 blocks. It's just that if I want haste 2, I think I have to make the big beacon. And so I'm going to need a lot of blocks for that. Alright. I don't think copper works. Because if it did, I think it would have gone pew. Let's find out. Pew! Yeah! See, it wasn't doing that with the copper, so... So no, I don't think copper counts. I think it's only these 5 resources specifically. But then if I want haste 2, I've got to have a 4-layer beacon. Let's see. How many blocks would that be? It's a 3x3, which is 9, and then it's a 5x5, a 7x7, and a 9x9. So I need 164 blocks, which is 1,476 of any given resource. Got 1,443 iron. I've got more if I count raw iron. I've already got 58 blocks of the raw iron. I mean, I'd have to smelt, like, absolutely all of it. But it would be possible. There is also villager trading for emeralds that I could do. I mean, freaking have the potatoes, you know? Oh, is it because my inventory was technically full? Yes. My inventory was technically full, so he wouldn't let me trade. Let's see. There's sticks. There's always paper. I feel like I have a good amount of clay as well. Pulled out the coal. Here we go. I pulled out the coal for the fishermen. Make an absolutely stupid amount of paper. Like I said, I can make an absolutely stupid amount of paper. This is what we have gigantic sugarcane farms for. If you're ever playing Minecraft and you're thinking, man, paper is so annoying to get. Whoops. Just make an absolutely stupid amount. I know somebody was going to trade for quartz. I don't remember who. Trade for some feathers. Obviously there is log trades, or rather stick trades. Whoops. I set my respawn point. Where's my other Fletcher? Oh, there you are. Big trades, big trades. Big trades here. Big trades, big trades. It's big trades. White wool. I can get a gray bed and a light gray bed from him. How about raw pork chop, raw beef, raw mutton, and I believe it was chicken too, from our butcher. That's the mason, which does beg the question. No, it was raw rabbit. Ah. And he's already restonked. See, it's not difficult to get villager trades. It's not difficult to get emeralds from villagers. You just gotta have a lot of them. You know? If you have enough villagers, you'll be sitting here trading and trading and trading. And by the time you're like done trading with one, another villager is like, alright, let's trade. You just always have villagers to trade with. Probably a bit easier if you have a trading hall. Instead of, you know, just having them freaking wandering about willy-nilly like this. You know, if you put your villagers into boxes. It's totally humane. They don't mind. Oh my gosh. Must have restocked in between. Nope, never mind. Where are we at? 600. Woo! We're only at 600 emeralds. How about rabbit hide? You have nothing. I'm out of paper trades. That was a good amount of rabbit's foot trades. And I don't want to spend any emeralds. Where'd you go? There you are. Ha! I was literally giving him the things. And he restocked. Which is pretty great, honestly. Oh my gosh. Hey, 720 emeralds. We only need 756 more. So we're not even halfway there yet. Goodness. Let me just go ahead and throw some of our carrots and our potatoes into my system. And potatoes are ready again. Because of course they are. I don't think they normally restock this much in a day. Because I think it's that the extended daytime. And so they're like constantly restocking. Oh, beetroot. How much of that do we have? 427? Not quite the funny number. Almost. I am certainly using up a lot of stuff. But on the positive side, we're at 800 of the 1,476, which means we have passed the halfway point. Never discount stuff like the butcher. When you're trying to get lots of emeralds. Especially if you have a lot of resources. You know? Like I have. They've got automatic, you know, farming of certain things. I should check. They probably keep cooking all of it. The salmon and the cod. What I should do is start exporting those out of their system and into mine, because I just have so much. Or because, like, they just have so much already. Yeah. They already have so much, like, cooked, right? So, like, it would be better if I was exporting all of that from their system into mine. Let me think. Since I'm not using these furnaces anymore, let's repurpose them. I don't need any of this. just need that. I just need enough to connect that. So let's put a chest here. And we'll tell it anything in the chest, feel free to import. And then we will tell them to export raw cod, raw salmon, tropical fish, puffer fish, and let's have them export ore as well. Since I'm setting up this little like export system, you know. So export raw cod, raw salmon, tropical fish, puffer fish. Any emerald ore that gets found, coal ore, any iron ore, and copper ore, lapis lazuli. Go ahead and export any of that into this chest. It might be importing at the same rate. Yeah, I think it's importing at the same rate it's exporting. See, the pufferfish amount isn't going up. So, speaking of ores, assuming that this fixed everything, I should be able to tell it to put the ore blocks into here. That is the hope. So let's take these ones. I think I'll put regular gold there. And we'll put deep slate gold here. And another gold here. And deep slate diamonds there. And I'll have to put deep slate iron and like deep slate coal, you know, copper and stuff like that somewhere. But that should hopefully make it so that you know, everything goes. How many freaking puffer fish? 165. Oh, wait. It's... I'm smart. I'm exporting everything into this chest and then importing it directly back into the exact same system. So it's literally not doing anything. It's just circling. Like, it's just circulating the same fish over and over again. That's how I want it set up. There we go. Export, import. Is it importing? Yes, it is. Okay. There it goes. It just had to get through all the puffer fish. But yep. It do be actually importing this time. Cool. Okay. So now all of that extra crap will get yeeted into my system. And I won't have to worry about them continuously bagging for, well, they will continuously bag for things to cook. But like they've got plenty of stuff already cooked, so I don't have to worry about that stuff. Like I don't have to worry about them constantly cooking things that they don't need to be cooking. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, at some point, this will all run out. I have to do something about that. But, for now, it's fine. I was thinking of exporting the potatoes and the carrots, but let's not do that because they need that for more than just food. Granted, I think it's just the freaking hospital, but ow. Aww. I didn't get any pieces out of that. Because we're still one piece short for our compressor. Birch slabs, you say? Here are 4 stacks of birch slabs. And we could cut down on the amount of seeds that are in the system. That'll help. What about torches? Do I have any? Yes. Let's give that to them. I don't know if this drips in a 3x3 or if it drips in a plus shape. Are particles coming from, like, the corners here? Hmm. I guess there's a way to find out. We'll just kind of, you know, keep an eye on it and see if that one fills up or not. I'll get me some green dye. I'm wondering, voice cracking. I'm wondering if I should set up a drigme whose job it is to collect wool. And what I mean by that is set up like 16 jars that each have a different colored sheep in them. What I'm also curious of is can I dye the sheep? Yes. Okay. So I can get... I'm definitely going to need more arcwood slabs for this. In fact, I'm probably going to need way more glass. 16 times 5. I've got 80. I think you can use... Yeah. Never have I been so happy to have destroyed an entire end city. Because I was able to utilize that glass. So now I've got to think. What would be the easiest way to get many sheep? I think the best way to do that would be to actually corral 16 sheep. Or, I suppose in this case, technically 15. But if we start off by collecting 15 sheep. Then I can $15 leads. Basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go looking for sheep. I'm gonna grab a few, then bring them back, and then I'm going to work on like breeding more until I get to 15. Bang! Bang! Smart. Just the creepers, you know? Getting up next to each other and then exploding. But yeah, basically what I'm doing is I don't need to collect 15 sheep. I really only need to collect 2. But if I can get more than 2, that's also, you know, great. Unless, you know, I can just find 16 sheep, but that just seems like a lot of sheep to go looking for. When instead, I can grab, like, what, 4? And then, with 4 at my side, with 4 at my side, maybe 5. 5 wouldn't be too bad. 6? I mean, I do have to go that way. Well, no, I don't have to go that way. But I will go that way. As long as I don't lose my 5 that I have on this stupid tree that's in the way. Let's just take our 5. Like, there's so many sheep around here. Let's also just hold on to some wheat, because that will help attract them to us, instead of just having to pull them along with the leads. Cow. I didn't factor the possibility of grabbing other creatures too. But that's alright. Some of the issue is also that I have speed from my boots. So if I get caught like on a hill or behind a tree or something, you know, my speed, or if they rather, my speed can make it so that they don't like, they're not able to follow, you know. So I got 5. And now we just pull them into the pen, including this guy. Cool. And so that now gives me 9 sheep. So I need 6 more. And that won't be too difficult. I think if I just, you know, wait for these guys to grow up, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I've got 7 right now, I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I've got 7 right now. And then I'll be able to add 3 more in just a couple minutes, really. Maybe I can also kind of like why are these birch trees dropping oak leaves? Like, why do these birch trees have oak leaves? That makes so much sense. Yup. Definitely. Makes so much sense that birch trees have oak leaves. Did I mention that I'm not a big fan of this biomod? And how kind of nonsensical it is. These must be self-planted. Because they're not dug into the ground like this one is. Also, I think the like legitimate birch trees have like green leaves, whereas these oak birch do not. Like, I feel like the mod dev wanted to, like, make new trees, but then decided to not, like, make a new tree and just programmed a bunch of, like, awkward freaking generation. Like, was it really easier to freaking program an entire mod, like, you know, like an entire world generation mod using existing blocks instead of, you know, creating your own custom, like, trees and stuff that you were clearly wanting? Whoopsies. I put the wheat into the system. Whoops. Just filling in all these holes. I feel like this person must work on hightail. Just because their trees are the same as freaking hightails. They probably don't. But it's still kind of a funny thought, you know? So that's another 4 sheep. So I need 3 more sheep because we're at 12 now. Ruby, why are you out here? And the main reason I was cutting down those trees was try to make an easier path. For when I have to take, you know, for when I grab more sheep. I don't know if I succeeded in that or not. One sheep. 2 sheep.3 sheep. And 4 sheep. One, 2, 3. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Now, if I speed through the water, okay, it's all right. They're able. The lead isn't breaking. The leads aren't breaking, rather. So this is working out fine. Now I don't know if like the baby sheep like if I try to containment jar them, if they'll like grow up So I think I'm going to wait until they're all adult sheep. But assuming I counted correctly, there should now be 15 sheep in here. Now, I don't know if there is a limit to the distance of the ritual of containment. Obs and jars must be within 3 blocks of the brazier. Got it. Well, within 3 blocks, if that's a radius, so that's quite a ways. But yeah, what I'll have to do is, like, I'm not going to be able to put them all in right away. I don't think, anyway. Actually, those ones are good. Maybe. Because these are all within 3 blocks now. So then it's just a matter of getting them to move close. And it shouldn't be difficult to move them close. I've got a source jar that is completely full. They're all already grown up. Okay then. In that case, tablet of containment. Ha! Oh, I guess, did I really have 2 extra sheep? Alright. I mean, I had 15 jars. They're all full. So, I must have had 2 extra sheep without realizing. I don't need them in that case. I shall let them run free for now. We'll see if they end up running free or if they get murked because I don't realize it's those specific sheep, like at a later point. 12, 13, 14, 15. And 16. All right. It's not going to automatically pick that up. So then let's do a chest over here. We'll grab a mossy cobblestone. Put it here. We'll grab an import cable. And some network cable. I believe it should connected right there. So I think I'm going to need 15 network cable if I counted that correct. Yep, I did. Whoops, I reloaded shaders. Alrighty. And then I just got to go in and place all of the blocks back down. Whoops. Mossy cobblestone. Drag me charm. Source relay. So then send from here to there, from here to there. And bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, that'll work. I think. I don't know if the source shard needs to just be near the drake meat or if it needs to actually be against the drake meat. Here I have it up against, so I'm going to err on the side of safety. And now I realize that I didn't dye any of the sheep. Cyan, green, or light blue, green, black, cyan. red, orange, brown, magenta, gray, light gray, yellow, let's see. Oh wait, no, I've got black, brown. I need lime. I need lime. I need purple. I need pink. And I think that'll be it because the other color is white. Sheep. It just says sheep. It doesn't say their color. That one's light gray. Pink, purple, blue. Here we go. Regular gray. White, light gray, regular gray, black. Brown. Red. I need the Jigme to move. Orange. I must have yellow. Yes. Is this lime or is this green? This is lime. That one's lime. That one's green. You can tell because it's darker. And then cyan. And light blue. And regular blue. And purple. And pink. And purple, magenta, pink. There we go. Now they're not only in order, but now I can confirm that they are all, in fact, there. And so once the Jigme gets done, this should pop. And it should put a bunch of different wool in there. And then I will need to have cyan wool. I'll put it there. And ta-da! Every dye, every type of wool. And so as long as it doesn't end up in here, for some reason, when it, exports, hopefully, freaking coal, lapis, iron, those have ended up in there for some reason. And they still ended up in there for some reason. Well, I guess we wait and see what happens. Because I don't know why the system wouldn't be putting it into the drawer instead. Birch fence is I really don't get it. Here, let's take these racks and throw them in here. Because I don't need them. I can only guess that the controller isn't reaching, like, the edges. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of stuff in here that shouldn't be in here. On the other hand, I haven't seen any wool pop in yet. But maybe that's because he hasn't finished yet. I see how glowy that is. Might have one or two more pops before it actually triggers, so. I kind of want to watch and see what it happens. Like once that glowy, bit there stops. Like, and then we'll see if everything goes into the system properly. Because, like, I don't know why it's not going into the storage drawers properly. Like, I have the storage drawers set as the highest priority. Also, I don't actually know which one of these was cyan and which one was light blue. If I could be honest. I think I might have these two backwards, but it doesn't matter. I was just mostly checking that we had all, 16. Pop. There it goes. And it does seem that the wool imported correctly. Which is weird, because the wool's all the way over here. Whereas the ore is directly in line with the trim. Like, I'm not understanding what is wrong here. Like, why is the ore not going into here? But the wool has no problems going into here. That makes no sense to me. Oops. We have an overflow of emeralds and an overflow of ender pearls. So let's get us a couple of storage upgrades to fix that. There we go. 899 emeralds. Hadn't even considered that. I probably hadn't upgraded that. But I'm kind of surprised that gold isn't upgraded. There we go. 1,544 coal. Not bad, not bad. Do I have all of this stuff upgraded? Now I do. I wonder if people watching the VODs ever wonder, like, is there a weird, delay in this particular moment in the VOD or something? Because I'll keep talking and finish a sentence or something. Even though I'll be looking at a thing and already have the answer. I'll finish the question. And it wouldn't surprise me if people were like, what the heck, is there some kind of weird thing going on there in the VOD? Or did the audio do something weird? It's no, it's just, I just keep talking. Or I'll say something wait. I'll say and that's it, And I'll be like, it's that's the, all of the thing. But I'll still be in the middle of doing whatever it is. I don't have anything there. I think if I use a manipulation essence on the sapling. Okay, that gets me vexing. Cascading! It doesn't give me the plant that grows on it. Ooh. Okay, yeah. No, it do the corners. It doesn't give me the plant that grows on it, but I put my food away. Because I don't think they will, like, spawn with the plant on them. These things just be producing salt all over the place. Or so it seems. But that does give me all 4 types of logs. I feel like there was something that I needed the blue log for specifically, but I don't remember what, if so. Tablet of Sanctuary. Ferment with rotten flesh to increase the radius by 1 each. Up to 128. Wow. Tablet of Moonfall to set time to night. Fluid containment jar. I don't remember. I feel like there was something specific. But if there was, I don't remember what it is now, so... Like, maybe it had something to do with the fluid containment jar. Since this requires... Yeah, because this specifically requires cascading. Or maybe that had something to do with it. Require a fluid jar. So, do I just right-click on it with a bucket? Yep. Awesome. That was actually exactly what I needed cascading for. As a fluid tank. Whee! So now I have some lava. That said, I'm not seeing the fluid containment jar. Oh, here it is. Post jars placed above food will be converted to jar for flask melting use. Okay. So it probably just works like a normal thing. Automatically drain from tanks below it if compatible. That requires liquefied source bucket. The question is, what turns source into liquid? That I do not know. Ars Nouveau can be a little bad at, like, the documentation part. But it's fine. Jumbo tank. This is mob grinding utils. And they've got a 32 bucket tank, but I don't know if that can only hold experience. Or if it can hold other stuff. Summon undead, summon decoy, rewind, orbit, linger, wither. Smelt, slow fall. Applies Hex. Hex increases any damage taken by a small amount while the user is afflicted by status. Hex cuts the rate of mana regeneration and healing in half. Okay. Causes blocks to temporarily turn into air. Can be modified with Amplify, AoE duration down, and extend time. Summons a lightning bolt at the location, and see struck will be given the shocked effect. Shock causes all additional lightning damage to deal bonus damage, and increase the level of shocked up to 3. Lightning also deals bonus damage to enemies that are wet or wearing RF-powered items. Be augmented with Amplify, Dampen, and Extend Time. I'm gonna be honest. I use the experience obelisk. Like, I use experience the most down here. So, maybe bringing the obelisk down here is better. So, I need air essence. I need a heart of the sea. And I need lightning rod. Dissolves the spell in a spherical area around the target. Augment with sensitive to target blocks instead of entities. And dampen to make an empty sphere. Okay, that's interesting. Apply fine magic to target, causing magical mobs to glow within 75 blocks. Also reveals spells on runes. Used on self, the caster blinks forward. Spell turrets and runes can warp entities using warp scrolls. Adjacent inventories without consuming the scroll. Fuse target with a potion. Cause plants to accelerate in growth as if they were bone mealed. I need 5 levels. Three seeds. And earth essence. And I think it was 5 blocks of bone. Yes. Unlocked grow. If I use a touch spell for grow. Ha! Well, right click to harvest freaking kicks in. So there's that. But I mean, it does. It do work. So that's fun. What? My remote. Those two villagers. Those two colonists. What the frick? I appear to have accidentally dug through on those couple of blocks. Those two colonists that were born. Okay, one of them is working here. Undertaker Emmanuel. So that's good. Who is the other one? Farmer Avery. I don't want the extra farmer right now. Plus, he has to go all the way the frick over there. So, probably best to give them something else to do. Aha! Yes. They live right nearby, sort of. So let's put them here instead. Let's teach you these recipes. Let's teach you these recipes. Let's teach you these recipes. And let's teach you those recipes. I think the sawmill automatically knows. Or no, the forester is the one that does these. Okay. Never mind. Birch log into birch plank. Stair. Fence. Gate. Door. Trapdoor. Pressure plate. Nope. And out of recipes. Or the recipe doesn't correspond with the profession. Oh, can you not? Oh, these are specifically the mechanic. That's weird, but alright. We can do signs, though. Cool. And last but not least, Rex. Which it'll show the build tool, but I don't think it actually uses it. Like, I think it ignores the build tool in the recipe. So, that's what I want to assume anyway. So now, if I tell them to do this, as long as they have birch logs, they should be able to make all of these other things. Also, crafting table? Yes, carpenter can do crafting table. That is not birch log. For crafting table, I want you to use... Oh my gosh. Nope. Frick it. Can I? Yes, drag into here. Boom. Cool. So let's see how that goes. Whoops. That is what happens when you sleep in the sugar cane. Like, come on, people. These sorts of things aren't my fault. We grab a bunch of dirt because I actually want to extend the land out to here. This is something I've been wanting to do for a good while. Ever since I noticed that there was a lot of 1 block deep, like, ground here. And thus, like, it's really easy to just fill this area in. So I've been wanting to do that for a while. So I think now is as good a time as any, really. Started work on the sawmill. Frickin'. Oh, there's a mage light there. That makes sense. For some reason, the shaders just cannot render the mage lights through the water. Mage light, mage light. Mage light? Nope. You can see I'm going to need a lot of dirt for this, though. Because this is kind of a big area to be filling in. Sundays are really looking like the day to not stream. Though, if I can be honest. Like, we've been going for 6 hours and there hasn't been a single person here. Or if they were, or if anybody has been here, they've been lurking, which is totally fine. The problem is just that, you know, I don't know if people are lurking. You know? Twitch will tell me that I have one viewer at all times. But when I look back on the stream summary, it'll be like, you had 0.2 viewers. Which means, like, even though it had said one viewer the entire stream, like, I didn't have one viewer the entire stream, you know? Whoops. Mage light. Again, I don't have issues with people lurking. That's totally fine. It's just, you know, I don't know if people are lurking because they're lurking. If it said like 5 viewers, but there was nobody talking, then it's like, oh yeah, people are definitely lurking. But it just says 1 viewer. And at this point, I've just taken 1 viewer to mean 0 viewers. because that number never goes down. So either I always have a lurker, which would make no sense because then it would say I have a viewer in the summary, or it just always says one viewer even when you have none. I do know of a couple of my friends who just do the lurking. And again, that's totally fine. Oop, made late. It's just, you know, I don't know when or if they're watching, you know. I will say, one nice thing so far, anyway, about this birch style is that it hasn't used, like, any brick. The most annoying thing in Minecolonies is when you're going along and like you've had all of the resources for everything up until the bricks come in. And you find yourself going, frick, I need clay. And then you just can't find any. So I've made it like a big deal to collect all of the clay every time I see it. But I really haven't needed it thus far. That said, I also haven't needed it thus far because usually when you start needing the brick, it's because you get into like the tier 3, 4, and 5 stuff. And admittedly, I've not gotten into that yet. That's not right. So it very well could be that as soon as I get into that, I'll suddenly be like, oh no, I need all of the brick. But I'll be prepared this time. I could not break it without punching her. This is what happens when you hide in the sugarcane. Constance needs some iron bars. Also, I need to light up that area. Oh yeah. Got some dark spots. That's for sure. Cool. So that extends the land out a bit more, which is nice. So yeah, that helps. That helps quite a bit, in fact. I am going to have to put some serious consideration, though, into the possibility. Hey, no more ores in here now. Weird. I'm gonna have to put in the possibility, though, of what am I trying to say? My brain just was like, nah, I don't feel like saying this. And I don't even know what I was trying to say now. Oh, I am going to have to consider the possibility of moving my farms. So I also really need to decide freaking what to do with all this copper. Like I actually don't know. Like it really isn't a lot, you know? There isn't really a lot. Copper really doesn't have a lot of uses. Which is technically fine. It would just kind of be nice if it did, since it's so abundant. That's all. Bottles. So these cauldrons are full. Going to take the Bondripia. And I need one more bottle. And I really don't want that in the middle of, you know, the thing. So I'm going to put it somewhere else. Like, I don't want it in the middle of the walkway, you know? So I'm going to move it elsewhere. Probably here would be good. I'll even make 3 more cauldrons for it. And we'll do a little bit of the grow spell. There we go. And now we can get bone meal, I guess. um, and we can use this bone meal on some of our crops. I got a scrap piece. I don't think that's what I needed. No, I need the press. And those ones can never actually be bone mealed. Can do that. I don't know if, like, different crops give different pieces, or if it's just random which piece you get. But I do have some netherwort over here. So let's do that. A broken rebrewing stand. Nice thing is, I can always replant the netherwort. Interesting. I got 2 broken rebrewing stands. Which apparently I needed 2 of those in order to make the rebrewing stand. And I need a 2-piece. Hey! I got the press piece! Heck yeah! Now we can put together our compressor. So, compressor. It's not called a compressor, is it? What is it actually called? Crop processor. The crop presser. Got it. That makes sense. It's a 2-block. So then, if I take wheat, pop. That is really cool. It's making compressed wheat now. And I probably want to stand here because otherwise he's going to try to pick it up. And so it turns 16 into 1 compressed. That said, even though it's got a block model, you can't actually place it. So that's interesting. Crop. Oh, it's crop pressed. All of them are. They're all crop pressed. They're not compressed, they're crop pressed. I see. But actually, I have all 5. I guess I don't have beetroot in it, like, currently. But there are only 5 crops. So crop pressed beetroot. That's funny. Cool. Well, beet meat, wheat, dried kelp, red mushroom, and beetroot. It is true that I don't actually have a bakery. Horticulture? Luxury? Ah, luxury. Interesting. That seems like something you would want. But I guess that's considered a luxury. 1, 2, 3. So the cobblestone should go here. I can do that. Seems like a good place for it, honestly. Well, I don't know. With the dirt path here. What if I put it over here, actually? Gonna assume this is the bottom block. Oh, that's not even the front. That's the front. Apparently. That's interesting. I get it. Yeah. I see why that is in fact the front. It's just interesting that that's the front. Yeah, I think if I raise this up, let's do that. We will use this structure as reason to raise the ground around this area. Whoops. Not exactly the way I wanted to go about that, but it's fine. Oh, I think that actually is one block down. Ah, my gosh. My tinnitus. Again, my ears are just like ringy, 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 you know? Like it just out of nowhere. Like it just started being like ringy, ringy. And it's just really annoying. Bing. I say tinnitus, but according to the doctor that I was seeing about it, it's actually pronounced tinnitus. Build it. Like, no joke. That's how that's how she pronounced it. Every time. And, like, all of her, like, assistants and stuff like that. Like, they all said tinnitus. That makes it look a little bit better by doing that. I put it in the wrong spot. I'm noticing. Cancel build. Pick up. I didn't see that I only had 2 blocks here. Wow. That I had. Apparently that was 64 blocks. Like, that's interesting. Alright. Craftsman, luxury, bakery. Rotate it. Bring it up. Let's line it up to where it was so that I know that I have so that I know that I have it correct. 1, 2, 3, blank, cobblestone. So it should go there. Whoops. Now we'll place our 64 blocks of cobblestone back down. Yay! The sawmill has been upgraded. I mean, I guess that block needed to be there anyway, but oh well. I seem to recall the back needing to be filled in. So I'll do that. Cool. I'll let them handle the rest. Freaking Caden being like, I need a million things that I don't actually need. Just endlessly cooking. You know? He hates not cooking something. ABC, always be cooking. And that's his motto, it seems like. We need a furnace. I have a furnace, actually. How about that? There's your furnace. Good grief. You just have everything. Like, he just has everything. This is the part where, if I had a builder's wand, I would do that, and then I would click with the builder's wand to just fill in the whole area. But I didn't install any builder's wand mods. I thought about it. Just because of like all these times that we're trying to fill in like 1,000 blocks here. You know? But I decided not to. For now. I might change my mind later. If I do, then I do. But right now, I'm okay. You know. Even though we are having to place a lot of blocks, it hasn't been, like, that bad, you know? I've been able to delegate some of it to a later point in time, you know? Like, if I had a builder's wand, I would have just filled in all of that land underneath the water there. Or underneath the, this place over here. Like, where we, like, built all of this land out. Like, if I had had builder's wand, I would have just filled that all in. But we don't. And I'm okay with that. Jeremiah needs some cobble stairs. I could supply some cobble stairs. It is something within my ability to do. I mean, it's definitely not within anybody else in the colony's ability to do. So, it makes sense for me to do it. Those Dawnberry vines are definitely going to get broken at some point. May not be now, it may not be tomorrow, but at some point they will. It will happen eventually. Also, I'm realizing, I don't know why I taught the sawmill how to make crafting tables. I should have taught the builders how to do it. Because the only people who are ever going to need the crafting tables are the builders. And they can do that. So I should have taught it to all of the builders. Thanks for that. That's what I get for having a freaking ring that goes out to freaking 11 blocks around me. Not a ring, a magnet is what I meant. That's what I get for having a freaking magnet that goes out freaking, you know, 40 blocks around, freaking whatever. Whatever. Blank, 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 and blank. There. He now knows how to make a crafting table out of oak wood. Is it all the way up there? That's right, it is. That's so annoying. That's a lot of cobblestone that's needed. Short grass, grindstone. The grindstone and the birch buttons. Oh, there's no builder close enough. That's right. Jeremiah's working, right? Birch buttons and a grindstone. Apparently the carpenter can make that. I wouldn't have figured that was a carpenter thing, but sure.
It's a fine afternoon.
Here. These are for you. He's like, huh? Okay. What is it? Okay. So, if I was going to build a builder's hut, to match the others, it would have to go in this chunk. Which doesn't work. Because that chunk's in the water. But I might be able to convince myself to put it in the chunk that the barracks are in. Depending on the size of it. Hey, your carpenter successfully improved their recipe for birch stairs. Awesome. I didn't even know that was a thing. These are these two both look like they're the regulars, so I'm betting this was an alternate. So I will also gonna want the alternate here. Right? Did I not do an alternate builder's hut? This is not a building that I currently have. I have not done an alternate builder's hut. I definitely have not built this building. That's a shame. That means I have 3 normal builder's huts. That's a darn shame. Like, nothing wrong with having the normals. It's just, you know, variety. This looks like it's the main building because it has the stairs. The question is, do I have enough room, or am I going to need to extend this out? Only way to know is to come over here. Go over by 2 blocks to have enough room. It just barely fits, but it do. Gosh dang it, step up. Gosh dang it. I love step up because it means I don't have to jump. But I hate step up because it means that that it regularly makes me step up. But I don't want it. $64 and $6. Okay. That's what I was thinking. Bing. But now we will have a builder right here. Or at least, you know, when this finishes. Now, the thing with the builder's hut is that the builder has to build the builder's hut. So I have to hire a builder before I can build this structure. Which is fine, you know. Like, I probably can have another builder build it. without any real issue. But you generally have the builder themselves do the job. I am not worried about sand, especially since we know where a desert is. Hey, the paths, they connect. The paths, they connect. And we'll bring this path back here. And I'm not going to connect that to anything yet, purely because of the fact that I'm probably going to build something here. So I think I'll wait and see what ends up going there. He wants to cook stuff. It's not going to happen. Respawn point set. I will say, with this style, I have the opposite problem of what I had with the fortress. The fortress, in order to extend, like around a corner, you had to build a, you had to build a residence. And so I had so many residences. Here, the residences are like the last thing I think about building. And I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have enough residences. You know? I don't have enough houses. Nice. That was a good handful. Caden is still upset because I'm not giving him anything to cook. And it's like, no, you already have cooked like 100, several hundred even, of some of those items. Like, we good over here.
'Tis a fine day.
Like, look at this. You've got cooked salmon, potatoes, steak, cod, pumpkin pie. You have an entire stack of each one.
That's some nasty
Like,
weather.
you're doing fine.
Good day to you.
what will it be for you?
And that's just what's in his inventory, by the way. Oh. Okay, so he doesn't have, like... He's not overstocked in that case. He just has a stack of each. I mean, what? It didn't rain. I didn't see any rain, did you? I didn't see any rain. So, like, I could do a 1 block across this if I wanted to. But I don't really like the 1 block path. I'd rather have a 3 block path. I'm okay with a 2 block path, but I'd rather have a 3 block path. And right now, I just don't have a spot to 3 block path over there. What will probably happen is I'll end up building a structure along the way, and that will end up like creating a space for a 3 block path. I am mashing the right click in order to keep up with that. In fact, it kind of hurts because I'm having to like rapidly press it. Chicken. You saw nothing. Because your movement is just not enough. Like, it's not fast, or it's not slow enough. Like, see? Several of those blocks got left behind when I did that. That could just be that I'm too fast in general, like myself, because I have the, like, speed boost from my boots. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, it's okay. I don't know. I'm kind of not fond of when the path blocks, like, go up like that. Especially like this. I think if I did that, it'd be better. So I'm gonna do that. Bakery is done. A legend in the baking. Your citizens need some grains in their diet. Build a bakery so the baker can craft baked goods for them. Citizens need to be able to work. Put some food in your citizens' inventory so they can eat it when they need to. Have I not done that? A sad day indeed. Bury your first citizen. I think I will avoid that. Trying to complete that one, thanks. More snifrags. Lard your crops using the magic of bone meal. Crop press any crop. Rebrew an extracted potion. Craft the beetroot cauldron. 4 positive soup effects at the same time. Well balanced doesn't count. Break a garnet block like amber, but more violent. Bring a color to color flower using a dice sprea. Dye the Vivicus boat any color. Pretty unlikely to happen during actual gameplay. Fight back. Fight back against the trees. Okay. Cure a Vivicus sapling to get regular kind bobblings. Place the dice sprea. Maybe I need this color flower in order for the dice sprea to do something. Quality production. Have a miner mine to bedrock. Want more skilled labor? You best build a library to educate your citizens. Assign the maximum number of fields to a single farmer. Build 1 of every herder. Enchanter's Tower will consume ancient tomes and other workers' experience to produce enchanted books. A stonemason can craft 3x3 recipes using stone as their main ingredient. Teach your new carpenter to craft a door. Crafters will only craft when another worker makes a request. Most citizens need some form of tool. Build the blacksmith. Build a sifter to take advantage of extra resources hiding in blocks. Build a crusher to get things like gravel. Place a post box and a stash for easy access to the warehouse. Here's Ars Nouveau. Acquire a Wixie hat, Starbuncle shades, a robin mask. Acquire a Wixie charm. Place a Wixie on a furnace, a crucible, or a cooking pot. Place a Wixie on a fluid jar to make the Wixie mixer. Place a Wixie on a stone cutter or on a cutting board. Acquire a Shaper's Focus. Acquire the Summoning Focus. Oh yeah, that's right. Don't I have to do another Chimera for that? A Spell Prism. Be affected by Ritual of Gravity. Bind a magical creature into a familiar. Acquire an Amethyst Golem charm. Thinking with wrong game. Create a warp portal. A source sprinkler. Acquire a fluid source link. A source condenser. I bet you that's what it is. Condenser. A fluid containment jar and a source relay to make the source condenser. Condense the source from jars into a stable fluid. Will automatically output to tanks below it if it is possible. Specific source can be linked to it with the Dominion wand, pulling from all nearby jars otherwise. Okay. And then I mean, what can you do with liquefied source? It's 900 source to a bucket. And I think the only thing you can actually do with it is make a fluid source link. But it'll consume milk for 50 source, liquefied source for 900, and lava for 1600. Makes sense. It's hot here too, and it's gonna get worse. Some people say Minnesota is cold. Not in the summer. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. It has been so hot today, which is funny because it has been storming like crazy. Like, it's been raining like all day. So the fact that it's like super hot is kind of funny. You would think, you know, all the rain would cool, but not in this case. It's super hot. Changed litter brand on my cat because it was sticky. Wow. Running a dehumidifier every day. Goodness. I mean, I guess that connects the path. It's kind of you know? Like, this path is kind of I'm not the most fond of the way it is designed, but I guess it's better than nothing. Ow. But yeah, I mean, it's been warm. It's been pretty warm here. Can definitely say, like, you know, it would be nice if it could like cool down a bit. But it is what it is, I guess. I can make dirt stairs. How about that? Mostly been eating sandwiches when you're at home. That's pretty understandable, yeah. I mean, if it's hot, you know, you don't really want to turn on the stove or anything and then make it even hotter, so and voice mod disconnect. Oh, did it come back? Am I actually on my microphone? Okay, yes. it likes to switch over to my it likes to switch over to my webcam microphone when it dies. And sometimes I have a little difficulty recognizing which one it is that is, you know, whether it's running off of the webcam or not, or if it's running off of the regular microphone. So but yeah, the fact that it's hot is one reason that I have my avatar set to the outfit that I have. You know, it may not actually affect me, like, legitimately, but it's hard to see the smooth sandstone. I mean, I know that that's, you know, the path for that in this area, but I don't care. I want some smooth sandstone. And I kind of don't care about these villagers because they're not my villagers. You know? My villagers are in my little alcove area. So, oh, that's a little bit better. Oops. I didn't realize that his house was made out of it. It's fine. Like, I didn't realize that that this structure here was all smooth sandstone. It's fine. It's a villager. They won't even realize what happened. Whoops. Goodbye, sand. There's a lot of packed mud over here. Did I get all of the smooth? Nope, here's some more. I mean, their houses are also made of it, but I'm not going to go taking all of that. I legitimately did feel bad about taking the one guy's house. But I don't mind taking their roads, you know? That gave me a lot of smooth sandstone, so. Rumbly rumbly outside. Oh my goodness, it's almost midnight. I meant to do something. Around like 9 or 10, and I did not do that because I did not see the time. That's fine. It wasn't anything important, so. Oh, there's more road over here. Wow, the road goes down there. Whoopsies. Oh, that's smooth sandstone as well. Here, I'll fix that. Yeah, there's a lot of the smooth sandstone here, and it's kind of really difficult to see, even with the shaders off. Whoops. Once again, I did not realize. I didn't realize that their well was made of smooth sandstone. It's fine. I can fix it. I mean, okay, so they lost, what, 8 blocks of water? It's fine. I think I have enough smooth sandstone now, though. I say as I continue to mine out more. But yeah, I don't have easy villagers, so there would be no way that I could transport the desert villagers. Plus, it wouldn't really matter because if I transported the desert villagers, they would still be like their kids would still be, you know, plains villagers or whatever it is that they are in the area, in, you know, where my villagers are at. So I stole their bell, apparently. There you go. Freak them the frick out before I leave. These people, oh, man. Goodness. It's just the freaking, the storm out there. Storage upgrade 5. And now let's find all of our smooth sandstone that overflowed. And some emeralds. Those shouldn't be overflowing. Cool. Nope, why do you do this? Like, it's being stupid. Terracotta. Now, this is the non-colored terracotta. And that should go with the other blocks that are non-colored. Seems about right. Because there's there's 16 colors of every of all the like colored blocks, right? But then like glass, for instance, has a non-colored. Glass pane has a non-colored. Terracotta has a non-colored. So I want those to be separate. I don't think there is a base concrete. I think the only other one is just the tinted glass. I think that's the other thing that goes there. Yeah, like, you've got 16 glass panes, but then you've got 17 because you've got freaking the regular glass pane. Then you've got like the concrete powder and the concrete both. And then you've got all the terracottas that are colored, but then you have regular. But there isn't a regular glazed. All the glazed have a color. So I think the other block that goes there is the tinted glass. I think it's basically glass, tinted glass, glass pane, and terracotta. So I believe that's how I usually set that up. Razor armor trims. I wish you could see these armor trims before applying them. There is so much salty clump everywhere. Do I have any other... Hey, I actually have just a regular diamond shovel. A regular unenchanted diamond shovel. Oh! The salt thing is gone. I guess it runs its course, and then after it's done that for a while, it just goes away. But the plant that was like doing all this is gone. But at least that means that when I clean it up, this time I won't have any more that will, you know, spawn in. But goodness, it freaking left salty clumps everywhere. Whoops. That's alright. I wasn't using my fortune shovel, so... I actually picked up the gravel block. $47 salty spice, which goes into drip salt? Huh? Is that just like another way of getting the salty spice? Marcel needs some birch logs so that some strip birch logs can be made. Really though, we're out of birch logs? Good grief. Guess that's what happens when freaking, you know, you don't supply the materials yourself after a while. All right. Well, it is becoming nighttime. I don't know what the corruption thing is. The The wiki did say something about these vivicus saplings. But as I don't want them to ruin my colony, I don't want there to be a chance of ruining my colony. I'm going to... Actually, I think I'll put it over here. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put this Vivicus right there. Because I don't know what it does. And it's... like, if it is the thing that leads to the corruption mechanic, I don't want that near the colony. Like, I don't want my builds getting converted into the corrupted blocks. Lots of holes from all those birch trees that weren't actually birch trees. Kind of super annoying, to be honest. I definitely don't think that I will use this particular biome mod in the mod pack I'm making. I do kind of understand why it's used in this. Because most of like the default Minecolonies styles utilize like normal woods. And they probably didn't want you to have to like go hunting for like oak and stuff like that. Which can be an issue if you have like biomes aplenty, or you know, the biomes you'll go, or whatever that one's called. Because you know they add entirely new blocks and wood types and the like. Whoa. Vivicus leaf sprout. Alright. That is a very strange looking tree. Apparently you can middle mouse click to auto walk. This is growing into something. What? A corrupted sapling. It grew into a creature, attacked me, and then ran away. And it like became a sapling? Well, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that no more of those grow. Just because I don't know how they will interact with the colonists, and I don't want them to attack, you know? Ooh. Corrupted log. Interesting. Some of it is regular corrupted and some of it is stripped corrupted. But I'm not entirely sure I see the difference. Oh, yeah, okay. Without the shaders, I can see the difference better. Yeah, this doesn't have as many, like, dark spots. Like that, this one's not as dark. It's not as easy to see with the shaders. Whee! Ow. Corrupted leaves. Corrupted leaf bush. Corrupted sludge. Oh, these are the corrupt. Okay, so yes, then you get the corrupted slime balls, and by using these on something else, you can corrupt that into another thing. For example, the pattern flower, the torchu flower, the sour lemon, the bonwilta, and the garbush. Acidripia, Discrapia, Gloomberry. Whee! Aw, frick. How long have those been there? So then if I take this and I go over, ooh, 1, that last salty clump. I take this and I come over here. I right click on the ambush. Evil blocks. Now we have a garbush. And so the garbush is going to grow garnet. That is pretty awesome looking, I won't lie. Do you even have anything worthwhile? No. Never. It's okay. He never notices that I did that. Oh, you know what? I was going to put all the garnet stuff there, now that I'm thinking about it. Because it's 2 blocks worth of stuff. Garbushed by garbush loot. Sure. Oop. These also have things in them. I got another corrupted sapling. Yeah, I guess I'll just put that over here. And then if you combine 4 of those together, then you get the garnet mosaic. And then I would need to get more in order to get the rest of the things, but that'll come in time. I also don't know if that was a bad idea. Like, I don't know if that will, like, do anything. You know? If it'll turn out to be a really bad idea that I did that. Oh, not ominous bottle. Jars of bone meal. I could definitely see having some fun with making some recipes off of these things. Ow. Got another scrap piece. Although, I guess I don't necessarily need the bone meal anymore, right? Because the whole point of that was to grow, like, the giant crops. So that I could get the pieces of the crop presser. And now I have them. So, not actually sure that I need to keep, like, that I need to use the bone meal anymore. What I will do is I'll put the corrupted slime balls in there. Oh, I can't actually put the jar of bone meal into the drawers. That's interesting. No, wait. Okay, something is not working right with the storage. Because it is not putting things into the drawers instead. Which is really annoying. Well, let's expand a little bit. Let's expand our colony here a bit. How deep is this? Really deep. I think it'll be okay. Cliffs. Welcome to the highest mountains. Prepare yourself to climb and terraform the mountains to succeed. Interesting. Ah, Sandyton. It's a small... It's a version of Littleton, but for the desert. No, I've not done Littleton. I think I did the base Minecolonies. That one over there, I think that's just base Minecolonies. Okay. I mean, it fits here. How about over here? One, two, three. Okay, one more over. Does it fit there? Kinda, just barely. I could fix this a little bit. Like, this wouldn't be too difficult to fix. So let's do that. Let's put this Littleton house right here. And again, I like to not always use the same style for everything. Personally, I think it kind of gets boring having everything be exactly the same. I can easily see the opposite argument, like, because you now have extra weird looking like structures, it's gonna look kind of tacky, right? Like, I can see and definitely understand that. But I think it's more fun and looks better if you kind of mix and match every once in a while, you know? But maybe that's just me. This person can live right there next to all that sugarcane. Boop. Also, these resources are not going to be auto-made by the sawmill, because they're not birch stuff. So, we'll need a furnace, 6 cobble wall, 58 spruce log, 123 spruce stair, a white bed, an oak door, 9 spruce fence, 14 spruce slab, 31 oak slab, 90 spruce plank, 5 oak stair, a spruce pressure plate, and a spruce sign. Oop. There's a block missing right here. So yeah, they're gonna need all of that. Meanwhile, let me come over to the university because our sawmill is now level 2. And because we got the sawmill to level 2, we can get memory aid. Paper. Memory aid increases the amount of recipes that each place can have. And then we're going to want some string because we're then also going to research the string work to get the Fletcher's hut. Cool. Let me go back to my area. So I can get all of these resources. One furnace. Six cobble wall. $58 spruce log. Um, 90 spruce planks. 123 spruce stairs. I believe this is 128. But I'm just gonna do it anyway. Nah, Nico. A white bed. Whoops. A white bed. An oak door. Hey, I have one of those. Spruce fences. 9 of them. 14 spruce slabs. Spruce sign. spruce pressure plate. And then 4 oak stairs. And 31 oak slabs. Apparently, Jeremiah also needs oak door and cobblestone wall, which... Did I not... Did I make the cobblestone walls? I did not. Does he need... Did I write down too few oak doors? Did he need 2 oak doors? Because he's still asking for 1, but I gave him 1. Eh? Oak door. Oak door. Not that. What? Oh, now he's good on the oak door. Okay. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Give me 1 sec. We're at almost 8 hours. Holy crap. No, let go. Food. Okay. So now they will build a Littleton residence. I forget. 2 couriers. Is that it? I need to upgrade this to warehouse level 3 for a 3rd courier. That might be the case. Also, why is Jeremiah... Guess he's the only one close enough? I guess so. Also, what the frick is going on with the barracks over here? Are we building it or what? Like, who's in charge of this building? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, who's building this? Is it Constance? Does Constance need something? Upgrading barracks. Oh! I bet you anything that she's waiting on the stripped birch logs. Because I bet you they are waiting for the forester to make those. I bet you the forester is over here working on them right now. No. Well, I mean, that's a good reason why. You know, nothing is happening. It's because Ruby is somewhere. Ruby is over here, cutting down trees. So, is it not the stripped birch log they're waiting on? I'm very confused right now. There is no stripped birch logs in the system. Like, there's none in the warehouse. So either they're in the process of being carried somewhere, I should have known better than to make exactly what was needed. That never works. Because other freaking colonists always end up taking something in some way. When I get the florist, they'll be able to grow the flowers on their own. It's like, geez, the length of time it took me to run out there and then back. Like, the freaking amber regrew. That's kind of crazy. I'm so confused. What the heck is going on with the freaking barracks right now? Where are we at? Are we building the thing? Are we not building the thing? Are we waiting on resources? Like, what's going on here?
Good to see you.
Waiting on delivery of birch planks.
You are so wise.
How's that? Does that help you? I don't know if I have to cancel her request.
Great to see you. Okay.
Also, you're still using stone tools? Pickaxe, axe, shovel.
Is there a problem?
Yes, you're using stone tools for some reason. And an iron hoe. Oh, right. She lives right here. The bed is occupied. Yes,
See you
I'm trying
tomorrow.
to talk to Constance herself. I'm aware. Freaking, what does she still need? Like 91 stripped birch logs? 47 birch stairs? And yes, obviously I could just use the sawmill. But that would involve me running all the way back. I need 7 more. Okay, that should help. I hope. Is this supposed to be here? Weird, like, birch tree there? Also, I think the Undertaker requires a shovel. So I'm gonna give them one. Just to be sure. I don't know if they need anything else. I kind of wish that Emmanuel would, request the tools for his job before he needs them. But whatever. With any luck, they won't ever need those tools. Like, Emmanuel will never have to work a day in his life. I'm like, I don't know, is that a good thing? You know? Like, he should never actually have to work because hopefully nobody will die. nothing in the chest. And I haven't seen any wool anywhere. So I'm assuming it's all been going in here. I mean, the numbers kind of match up, so. Wither skulls? 2. Dang. Only got 2 wither skulls so far. Might go look at the corrupted tree. See if it's, like, doing anything. Or if, like, this is just as far as it goes. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is as far as it goes. It basically just, like, now there is the corrupted sludge on the tree. And then if I break that, like, it'll give me, it'll give me the sludge. And then I can then turn around and use that to, like, corrupt certain things. Corrupted slime ball. I mean, I've gotten the thing that I wanted out of it, but I feel like I do remember there being something about, like, completing the thing. Yeah, cure a vivicus sapling to get regular kind bobblings. So how do I do that? Vivicus antidote, which is a work in progress. Jar of acid, a corrupted bobbling core. But also it's a work in progress, so that might not be possible. So corrupted log and stripped corrupted log. And then I got some Vivicus log. And some dead bushes. Instead of saplings, I got dead bushes. Alright. Well, again, I got my garnet, which is what I was after from that, so. But, you know, it's not so much that I needed the garnet. as much as it is that, you know, I want to like do stuff in the mod and see where it goes, you know. Slab, stair, mosaic. Combine the two together, you get chiseled. And then if you combine... Oh, I forgot the wall. Ah, yes. Yep, that's what I forgot. I forgot to make some wall. Have garnet mosaic. I only have 4 though. I need 6 to make wall. So 1 block off of having everything from that. And now it should be good. Ooh, wither skeleton skull off of that. Awesome. Wall. And it's in kind of a funky space, but it's fine. What matters is we got it all, so. Now the question is, how are the barracks going? Surely, after giving her all those logs, yes, okay. I was like, surely after all those logs, you know? Sure enough, she going to town. I also remember she needed a lot of stairs. Or maybe she got the things for the stairs. Oh no, here we go. Frickin'. Heck. Might have gotten the rest of the stair stuff, though. Is that not a stair right there? Maybe we augment leap a little less. Oh, no, those aren't stairs. They're something else entirely. So she needs birch slabs now. Whoop. There might be some blocks that only she can place, because it looks like they're in like the same location as an already existing block. Like this looks like a log here. Yeah, there's a couple of fences here, but they look like they're in the same spot as something else. Alright, well, I think I've done about all I can to help her out. Aside from, like, maybe torches. Yeah, I think that's literally it. I think we might actually be done, and it's just that she needs to remove some extra blocks now as opposed to, like, placing any. Like here. This clearly yep. Oh yeah, she's removing blocks now. So yeah, she is in fact at that point. Cool. Pop. Now it's time. They build it up, they tear it down, and then you're done. You know, they're done basically. They place like torches and stuff last, and they're done. So yeah, that should be done here in just a moment. Is anybody living here yet? Tatum. Ha! Tatum A. Dumas. Like, he literally appeared right in front of me as I walked in. That was kind of awesome. And turn white beds, stripped birchwood fence, brown carpet, cobble, polished andesite panel, stripped spruce log, andesite stair, and some andesite and stripped birch wood stair. Cool. And that'll get me yet another colonist. How many colonists do we have at current? I can never remember where to find this info. Right here. 23. Okay. So we can double that amount if I build some more tier 3, or if I build more tier 2 residences, I can practically double that amount. That's going to be a lot of residences, though. Woo! I have one chain. 3 of these. Polished andesite stairs. Or panels. Excuse me. I knew what I was saying. Stairs. I already had those. Andesite stairs. That's what I was after. And then 80 andesite. Um, 4 glass panes. A lantern. White beds. Which, even though I'm making 2, but stripped birch wood. There is a stripped birchwood fence. And stripped birchwood stairs. And then there is stripped spruce log. cobblestone. I probably don't need to supply that. But what I am going to need to do is carpet. And while I'm here, I'm gonna make some carpet with all of the colors. Don't have green yet. Problem with them constantly moving in the system is I can't just, go in order. Purple. I don't have purple yet. Magenta. Cyan. Lime. Might be everything. But now I have to remember where the carpet is. So light gray, gray, black, brown, red, orange, yellow, lime, green, cyan, light blue, and blue, and purple, magenta, pink. All that for one brown carpet. But I think that is everything then. Okay. So that will get me to... What the... Are you mining? Oh, from all the way over here? Sure. Are we not... Are we not done yet? Are we waiting on something? Like, what's going on? When I walked away, all she had left to do was take down the blocks.
'Tis a fine day.
Bad weather. She's not working because bad weather. Huh? Maybe she stopped for bad weather, but then didn't, like, restart once the bad weather was gone. I don't know. Or maybe the shaders were hiding the bad weather. I mean, it's possible. Completed barracks level 2. Heck yeah. I say, this is regular. It didn't look like regular dirt at first. So I was like, wait a minute. I'm not freaking accidentally placing the wrong dirt, right? Yeah, but we're good. Let's get you upgraded, lady. You need all the things that everybody else did. Orange, purple, blue,
I'm finally done for today.
red, black, brown, green. Orange brick, single side birch. Brick, single side birch. 34 stone brick. 10 brick, single top oak. 8 brick, orange brick, single top oak. $103 stripped birchwood, 2 rails, 2 glass, glass pane, stone, polished granite, polished andesite, cauldron, spruce log, chain, chiseled sandstone, bricks, and item frames. Trying to just figure out what I think she's actually gonna need. And then go from there, you know? Always in the sugarcane. Feel so bad because I keep smacking her on accident, but she's always hiding in the sugarcane. It's like, I freaking... There's only so much I can do, you know? Green wool. Brown wool. Black. Red. Blue. Purple. Orange. Stone brick. Rail. Glass. Pane. Let me tell you, this is a pain in the glass. I know. That's a, you know, everybody's made that joke, I'm sure. Andesite, cauldron, spruce logs, chains, sandstone, nope. I think I need some regular sandstone. I might need to actually consider looking into regular ass sandstone. So that solves everything there. That solves everything there. Birchwood. And now we need the brick. Some birch plank and some oak plank. Orange one I need 28 of. The regular I need 26 of. The regular top I need 10 of. The orange I need 8 of. Ah! No! The warehouse. It's too full. I mean, there's 3,000 freaking potatoes in there. So that's not surprising. Pretty sure it's exporting the cobblestone. But I'll apply a speed upgrade to both sides so that we can get the cobblestone out of there a little faster. They're not even selling the apple pies anymore, are they? Because they weren't actually good for the colonists. Bop, bop. I'll take these leather boots out of here. These extra fishing rods. I don't need source berries. They don't need cactus. They don't need tripwire hooks. I don't even think they need the lily pads. They definitely don't need apples because I can't even feed them those. And I know they're really not using the compost. So I'll take that out for now. Have this. Have that. Caden wants regular potatoes. I'm sorry, you have 3,000 baked potatoes? I think you're good on potatoes, friend. I don't know what it is that's pushing the ore into there instead of into here. I wish I understood what was making it do that. Oh, we're not getting any cobblestone overflow, right? How much cobblestone can I hold? 512. How much is 512 stacks? 32,000 cobblestone. You're getting kind of close to that. I think I will upgrade to 2048. Oh, I have a diamond upgrade for tough. Good lord. Memory aid. Yay. String work. Yay. Once again, like, I have this at 0. So it has the highest priority. So I don't understand. Potatoes and pumpkin pie. He really wants his potatoes and pie. But I'm not going to give it to him. Because he's already got 3,000 potatoes cooked. Give me these. Where the frick are the bowls coming from? What if they're fishing those up? Water bottles, those will clear up some space. I mean, it's certainly better. Oh yes, barracks was finished. Okay. I think I'm gonna end off here for at 9 hours after all. Next time, we'll do some stuff. Tatum, farmer. I want you to come over here and be a builder. Speaking of which, I tossed out those stone tools So now I have to remake them. But it's fine. We'll get Tatum to build up his building here. Oh, hey, Skix. You've been sleeping for most of it? Yeah. That's understandable. But yeah, I'll let these guys do their thing now. And next time, we'll do even more stuff. You know? So, I hope you've enjoyed. If you have, feel free to subscribe. You can check the playlist for any of the videos that you might have missed. Remember that you can come out to twitch.tv/SereneInc and watch these live. I don't know if that's preferable with, you know, freaking 10-hour streams. I swear I try to end off. You know, I swear I don't do that on purpose. I don't go for 10-hour streams on purpose. But with that, I guess I will see you all next time. Hopefully. There's just a lot of sand down here. And I'm kind of like wondering how far the sand goes. We found the end of the sand. At least in that direction. Goodness. Just a gigantic space under here. Just gonna have to fill all of this in. You know? Not much else I can do. Gonna need some dirt to do that.